What is up, chooms, choombas, and potentially children of the night? We'll get into that in a bit. Happy Friday. Welcome to the Initiative Order and the first installment of this wild, ridiculous idea of mine that is exploring RTalsorian's Cyberpunk Red mission book, Tales of the Red. Each month, we will have a different crew of edge runners tackling a different scenario from the book. So 8 crews of 4 players each, because the last one's a 2-parter. Tonight, we have this amazing stellar Nova crew who I very much am looking forward to introducing you to, starting with Abby. Tell us your name, who you're playing, and their role, and where we can find you on the socials. Save all the project stuff for the end.
Well, yeah, I'm Abby, and despite the powers of West Phoenix Internet, I'm here, and tonight I'm going to be taking on the role of our medtech, Ivy, also known as Isadora Bigay. We're both Navajo as hell, and if you want to see more of that indigenous nerdery, check me out on the Bird and Bee website, at Enough of Abby.
Fantastic. Next up, Diana.
Hi, friends. I'm Diana Restrepo. I am playing. Wow, words. Words can work. Let's work. Okay. I'm playing Puma, the Fixer, also known as Chanel Versace. My socials are at Dynamist3 on Twitter, Instagram, and yeah, that is me.
Thank you so much. And next up, Adam, who Vyn could not join us tonight. So Adam, thank you for being able to jump in and help us out.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me. Excited for some Cyberpunk. My name is Adam Khan. I'm going to be playing Rocker Boy Nix this evening. Super excited to bring back a character that I have fallen in love with very, very much over the years. And you can find me on the socials at Azarole1 platforms, doing things, singing songs. Well, maybe. We'll see what happens.
Do all the things. And finally, Jared.
I've heard you sing songs. They're pretty keen. I am Jared, Jared Hoy on most socials, the real gobshite here on Twitch. I am playing a nomad transportation specialist named Parcel, and I've got a little pet named Post.
It's the most adorable thing ever, and I'm so looking forward to it. Thank you, Jared. As for myself, hello, my name is Nate Buchman. I'll be your GM this evening. I'm going to save all my social stuff for the end, though I do want to say, because if I don't, I feel like they're going to tell me I did something wrong. Hey, happy birthday, sis, and happy birthday, Mom. It's your birthday weekend. Enjoy it. For those who've never played Cyberpunk Red before.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Yeah, I know. I was just like, if I don't say that, I feel like they will find out, and it'll haunt me a little bit. For those who've never played or seen Cyberpunk Red before, it's primarily a D10 system. When combat happens, if combat is successful and they were able to hit something, that's when a bunch of D6s come into play, and it can get kind of crazy with that, which is always exciting. The game is also known as the role-playing game of the dark future. So with that, a bit of a slight content warning. This is a game sometimes dealing with violence, body horror, and body augmentation, occasional substance abuse, and occasionally other dark themes. Just know that, this can be a mature game, so watch with discretion. That said, and without further ado, this is something I do a lot. Haven't done it on TO, at least I don't think I have. Maybe I've done it once, because I've been a little wary with it on Twitch. Song lyrics to contemplate tonight. And no, I will not sing them. From my laboratory in the castle east to the master bedroom where the vampires feast, the ghouls all came from their humble abodes to get a jolt for my electrodes. And they did do the mash, and I will leave the rest to your imagination as we dive into tonight's installment of Tales of the Red, A Night at the Opera. Night City. Night City is, well, it's huge. It's chaotic. It's disruptive. A city of opportunity. To take a quote from Humphrey Bogart in the 1941 film noir classic The Maltese Falcon, Night City is the stuff that dreams are made of. You can be anyone or anything in Night City, just as long as you have the eddies to make it happen. The year is 2045. We are in what's known as the Time of the Red, a title that exemplifies two things. One is a meteorological problem, as blood red skies bathe over the city around dawn and dusk. And whenever it rains, the residue coming out of the sky is greasy, slimy, and crimson. There's not enough time to get into the history of it, but the aftermath of the Fourth Corporate War 20 years ago did a number on the city, one whose effects are still being felt. The second thing this title exemplifies is our players' roles. Whether you're a fixer, a nomad, a med tech, or a rocker boy, that role isn't just a role, it's what you are known for. It's what you do. It's what defines you. It's how you'll all leave your mark on this city. Our story tonight takes place in the University District, just below Little Europe and above South Night City. We open to a wide shot of Night City University, the only university left standing in the region. Students are bustling to and fro. Drones are high up in the sky, delivering packages or providing security detail for the masses below, and billboards and advertisements occupying as much physical space as annoyingly possible, demanding your attention. We zoom in on a student reading one of the recent scream sheets to come out. The headline grabbing the most attention on campus has everyone a bit on edge. Net 54 crime watchers, string of missing persons claims Rocklin Augmentic's daughter. NCPD has reported that Lucy Reinmeyer, 19-year-old daughter of Rocklin Augmentic's executive engineer George Edward Reinmeyer, has joined the growing number of missing young women in Night City. Over the last 4 weeks, 7 women have been reported missing across the University District. Their whereabouts are a complete mystery to NCPD detectives who still have no leads. Mr. Reinmeyer has yet to be reached for comment. As the student leaves, probably dropping the scream sheet, because they probably would. This is Night City. No one's going to be polite about throwing things away or recycling. We notice someone walking up to where they just were. They are not a student. They lean up against a railing next to one of the bus stops nearby. Puma, as you wait for the rest of your crew to show up, can you please tell us what you look like? And also, how did you get to the university today? Was it your own personal car? Take a ride share? Take the transit? Let us know.
Sure. So Puma is very much decked out in like designer fashion clothes. Very high-end clothes, but very bright. She's got bright colors, as you see in my hair, bright makeup, everything is super neon glowing. She's very stylish and she's very attractive. You see her get dropped off by a darkened, tinted, futuristic looking limo, you can say. She gets out of the car, looks around. All right, so where is everyone, huh? And she just kind of leans up against the wall, waiting for the rest of the crew to get there.
As you lean up against that wall, again, you kind of just impatiently, I would probably assume, take in the surroundings. And best way to describe the University District is it's very clean. I guess the best way to put it, think of it like your most typical pristine, like this is a photo of a college campus. It's like that thing, which is in stark contrast to all the mega skyscrapers surrounding the University District. It's just one of those weird, like, clearly I'm in a spot that has been somehow preserved, and yet you look up and you're like, oh, there's the city. But while you lean up against the railing, you take a second to just look at your messages on your agent. Messages, especially for a fixer in Night City, that's nothing new. This is a city of opportunity. There's plenty of work to get done. That said, the one that you check is the one you got this morning, and you just decide to look it over again, just for the hell of it, because it's basically the reason why you're standing where you are right now. As you may know, my client's daughter went missing in the University District. We have had little cooperation from the local authorities. My client has authorized me to pay out $2,000 per head to contractors of my choice. You came highly recommended. You and your crew will each receive $500 each upon the signing of a contract with Rockland Augmentics, with the remainder of the funds issued once Lucy Reinmeyer has been recovered, in whatever state you happen to find her. Good hunting. And in terms of who sent the message, it simply says a representative on behalf of George Edward Reinmeyer, executive engineer, Rockland Augmentics. And like I said, you probably get a lot of messages because, again, you're a fixer in the city. You're always connected to everything. This one stood out, though. Probably because the price or something else, but this one stood out. It's the reason you have a crew that's assembling at the exact spot you're at now, which is why I'm going to say whoever wants to arrive next, that is who arrives next. And please tell us, once again, who your character is and describe what they look like. I open the floor up to whoever.
No, I think Ivy is going to be showing up next. Curious, does the university have any public transport nearby?
Yeah, so where Puma's actually standing is right by a bus stop.
I think as the next bus shuttles in, Puma's going to see a rather short Danae woman with tan skin and her curly brown hair tied up in a seal pop out of the truck. She looks like she's come out of a Nirvana concert. She's got on a red flannel, various chains and jewelry, and ragged jeans. And as she's inspecting her arm, one of her cyber eyes narrows in very closely. She's got something else in there too. First she points and says, right.
Oh,
Sorry, you know
nice to
buses.
meet ya. Oh, was waiting for you for so long. Where's the rest of the crew?
Oh my, you won't believe it. There was a cat on the road. Dude wouldn't drive past. Waited for it to go by and everything.
A Puma. Don't tell me it's a Puma because I don't want to hear a poor cat get hit by a bus.
Oh, don't worry. We waited for it to pass by. Real sweet guy, but you know, it's hard when you're on the clock. You know, they say time's money. But hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. Just, I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking you were bullshitting me with the price. You was saying per head?
Do I what?
You was saying per head for
Oh,
price?
yeah. They're not joking around, you know. Some famous guy's daughter, so of course he has money.
Yeah. But and Ivy is just gonna lean against the bus stop as well, trying to look that metal, cool rocker boy kind of look. But she's clearly very out of her. She's out of where? She's out of water. It's new. It's confusing.
And you do just that, and whoever wants to show up next, by all means.
Well, as the two of you are sitting there, Puma, you kind of, there was just a lot of like noise going around when you were there, but the two of you start conversing, and as you actually look kind of across the street, you see like a small crowd of maybe about like 20 people, and there's just like this guy leaning up like underneath, just kind of like on this railing and everything, long white hair. He's got his shirt open. He's got like on one side, you just see like the head of this girl laying down, and then there's like a guy wrapped up around his leg. He's just got his guitar playing. And as you actually start listening, you just hear like these tunes start busting through. Boom, 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 boom. It's all the same. Only my songs will change every day. It seems I'm rocking away. Another time where I get to play my tunes. I'd melt your face all day and then party with my tunes. I'm a rocker with black lace. I get high and I'm wanted by the girls and the guys. Wanted by the girls and the guys.
Oh, I've seen Nick. He's over there. Of course he's around all those men and women that love him.
And can I make a charismatic impact on
I was just gonna ask. Please do.
Please. Let's go. Look at this. Charismatic impact. Where'd you go? Here we go. Okay, that's is a total of a 17.
All of them are infatuated and enraptured by that performance. And you, even outside of that, you get more people who heard you singing because you amplified it. That made more people come to you. So it's not like the number you said. Think more like 40, 50 people now are all just around you going, And then you can see campus security kind of walking up and be like, okay, you know what? That was actually really good. They also start clapping.
Thank you. I don't have a permit. I'm just letting you know that. I know you all kind of do that, but I should actually go. Thank you. And he just grabs like one girl, kisses her, grabs a dude, kisses him as well too, slaps another one on the ass. He's like, I'll see you all later. I've got a concert in 2 days. Make sure you come. Well, we already did that last night, but make sure you arrive at the concert to see the show. I'll see you all later. Security, thank you. I just kind of throws his guitar across his shoulder and starts walking across the street. Hey, ladies, how are you two doing, huh?
Was wondering when you're gonna get here.
Oh, what do you mean? I've been here. I've been waiting for all of you to show up.
I know, I've been waiting for you.
I've been having a free concert over here. Clothes were optional. Lots of, it's on campus, so I kind of had to, like you had about it before.
You're here now, so let's just wait for Parcel.
Oh, yeah, it's, how's he getting here? Oh, I tried to contact him, see if I could get a ride, but he don't want to come early.
Well, maybe his ride doesn't fit all of us, so we'll see what's going on.
It's all good.
Unless Ivy, did you hear from him yet?
Yeah, give me just a second. She stumbles for her agent. Checks Parcel. Where are you? But spelling it only, of course, with an R. 3 question marks. And a yelling emoji.
The only thing you get back is an arrow that just points straight up. Just as you hear and start to feel a downdraft kind of flow around and coming in hot on this this bright teal and pink gyrocopter. It's got gas, or it's got smoke pluming out the one side, and one of the rotors isn't quite right, but it just starts descending on the quad at like a breakneck speed, like coming down, and so right before it hits the ground, pulls up, and it rests onto the ground just as the door opens. A plume of smoke drifts out, and you see Parcel step out of the gull wing style door with his little mouse type thing post on his shoulder. He, without looking back, he just pushes the button, and you hear the from like the old ancient car alarms, and the door starts to close, and he just starts walking towards you, grabs a frisbee out of the air from one of the kids and hucks it right back to the student like nothing is there. Walks up, he's like, oh, what a mess.
Just you? So when you gonna take me up on that helicopter ride? I want to come down like nice and stylish.
Do you want to move? If you want to move some burrito wrappers out of the way, we can do that.
Oh, disgusting! You really stop eating all those burritos. It makes you gassy.
Look, I live in a car. That's where my stuff is.
Helicopter.
It's a car. It's all cars. That truck, it's a car.
I'm just looking at everyone owl-eyed, like, are we not doing subtle? Was I supposed to show up like with a horse-drawn carriage?
Oh, do you have one of those? That'd be pretty impressive if you got one of those.
Oh, no. If we had horses, we'd eat them where I'm from.
Ah.
I'm going to even say with the copter, by the way, no one bats an eye. They're amused. Students are amused. Security, though, is just like, they're just putting their hands up, but they're not going to say anything to you. They're just like, whatever. It's not in the way. They just start walking away.
It's not in paid parking. We don't care.
Yeah, it's not in paid parking, and they're not in the way of the buses. That's fine.
I got you all here because I got a big job for all of you. All right. It pays 500 eddies a head.
500 eddies to get ahead.
Right? Sorry, right, Nate? 500 was it?
Yeah, so let me double check.
Just gonna up this thing by accident.
The payout is 2,000 per head, and your crew will each receive 500 upon signing the contract with the company searching for that person's missing daughter, Lucy Reinmeyer. So in a way, it's technically 2,500 when you think about it. It's a lot of money.
So yeah, 2,500 almost. How are we thinking?
I don't mind getting that much to get some, per head. No, I think that sounds fair enough.
Okay, get your head out of the gutter. We're talking about saving a girl right now, okay?
Oh, what's her name?
Lucy.
Lucy, I remember Lucy one time.
Yeah, in the sky with diamonds. I get it. Okay.
There she was.
Parcel, you in? Ivy, you in?
There's diamonds in the
kidding me?
sky?
No, not.
What? We doing a job? Heck yeah!
Okay, good.
Sure. Let's do it.
Ivy, I need you. You in? Just double check
Yeah.
before we all, decide not to. And waste my time.
Y'all are weird. I'm in.
Great.
And sometimes that's the best way to go about just to provide Puma with more info,
Yes.
because I fully believe you would have just done this research. I'm not going to have you roll for that because it's ridiculous. After you got that message, you probably did a little bit digging. As it was kind of specified in the news briefing I mentioned at the start, for the past 4 weeks in this district, 7 women have just up and vanished.
Okay.
From what you've been able to tell, NCPD hasn't seemed to have gone anywhere with it. You couldn't seem to find anything in terms of how the investigation's been going. It just seems to just be it's ongoing, and that's about it for info. And in terms of campus police, like what they've done, you haven't really been able to pull anything up. So that is possibly a thing to check out. But basically, all 7 of them seem to have just disappeared from this area. So it's either they were students or people just walking by or live in the area. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna. So I'm assuming Lucy was a student here. College student, yeah. There's been about 7 women that have been disappeared from here. And Lucy's one of them. So hopefully we find the other girls. Maybe that's more money for us, but I don't know.
Any leads on what happened to them?
No, I got
where they were?
nothing. I got nothing. I tried my hardest and I got nothing.
Or just kind of coming at you seeing cold turkey, huh?
Yeah, we could maybe some people.
Was
That
she,
might
was
be
she
good
like,
to get with. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, she like went here. Maybe she's got something in her dorm room. And we could find it.
Or like
Yes.
a dorm mate who may have known who she went out with. Witnesses.
Okay.
Yeah, girls' dorm. Great place to start once
Okay,
you get over there.
We are not on that type of job. I need to focus.
I just said girls' dorm. That's where we're heading, right?
Yes.
All right.
Also, I know they have a lot of money, so maybe the other would I have known that the other girls were rich too, or maybe just Lucy's thing?
It's you would just know it's not so much rich, it's kind of a random assortment. Like
Oh,
it's
okay.
varying degrees of this person has money, this person isn't really made of money, like isn't in a family that had money like that. It's just a random kind
Okay.
of assortment of people. There's
Okay.
no real rhyme or reason as to why those 7. It's just so random that there's no connecting thorough line other than they all were kidnapped supposedly in this district.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question, Nate.
Sure.
How far from where we're at are the dorms?
That is a good question.
Is it a fly?
They are not too far. I would say you could probably see the building, I guess, a 10 or 15 minute walk from where you are. I will say, as you are figuring that out, 2 campus security guards kind of just walk up to you and are like, excuse me, sir, is that your copter there?
Bro, whoa, bro, whoa, what are you, whoa, don't come in it accusing me. Oh, what is
Listen,
this?
as much as I love, and they're like, the other guy that's with them is not saying anything. They're literally just getting so close to it now that it's more like just inspecting it, and like they're not touching it, but it's that uncomfortable level of close that you're just like, don't touch my shit. The one that's talking to you is like, look, there's no problem with it. It's just more of, can you just move it down a little bit? I mean, you're in the way. And he points, and there's a bus about to come up. It's like, we just don't want you getting clipped, man.
Oh, fair enough. I'll be right back. And I run over. I get in. I go through pre-flight. Click, fire it up. 3 feet over, back down.
Oh,
Exactly.
Back. So, are we flying over there or what?
Can you fit all of us?
Yeah, there's plenty of room.
All right, I call shotgun.
Wait, we're going in that thing? That
Oh yeah.
thing in the.
We got
I've never-
seats. We got seats. We got looks around. We got hidden compartments. It's amazing.
Ivy, you've never flown before on one of these?
No, I'm
Nix.
from downtown.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? You can sit next to me. I'll make sure that you're right. Yeah, it's all
Wait.
good. Yeah, you can. What?
Nix, what if you hang off the rudder or the runner?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no, dude, freeze!
Jared,
Playing your guitar.
you froze
Yeah.
again.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, is that playing
That
guitar?
That'd be
Hang on,
pretty
play your
sick.
guitars, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on while I play. You know what? I'll bet you.
We're not going far.
That would actually be good because then maybe more people will see it, draw them over to us, and maybe we could get some more information from everyone. I like your thinking. You're a smart guy. I like it.
Or it might contaminate the crime scene, and maybe we shouldn't do that because I have an associate's degree in medical care, and with that, so many broken bones.
So if he falls, he's all right.
Let's just get in the helicopter.
I mean, you also are a med tech. You can just help them.
That's true. I do, and I'll actually pull over my backpack. It was just full of things that I pulled out of a scrapyard. I'm like, yeah, I can do a quick repair, but I prefer not to. You know, I don't have anesthetic on me.
I know, but you're good at what you do. That's why I called you to.
Oh, shucks.
All right, so we get
You
everything
all-
or what?
I was gonna ask, do you get in the copter?
Yeah.
Yes.
I like brush the burrito wrappers off the front seat. And just squish them down with your feet.
Do I smell
So
Baja
gross.
Blast?
You're never gonna get a date like this when you have so much wrappers. You're living like a
You
college.
know what?
student.
Because you said that, yes, you do smell Baja Blast. So I'll get into the copter.
Oh my god, that is my favorite.
Oh.
As tempted as I am to ask for a pilot air vehicle role, I'm not going to do that.
I'll do it.
Because you're not going that far, so it's fine.
I'm also
uh,
not going that high.
Yeah, exactly. So it's
I
gonna
want to
be
buzz
like
it so
this.
like Nix is like that far off the ground.
I was just thinking that. Which is, you know what? I love chaos. You do exactly that. People are kind of getting the heck out of the way because, again, it's a copter in the university, like Night City University, basically. And you just, again, it wasn't that far of a walk, but you plant it down. You're at the dorms. It's just like your regular kind of looks like a nondescript building. I mean, like a lot of the buildings in this area, some of them look old, like, or they're just made to look old. It's that equivalent of, I'm going to use like my own personal history, like old like brownstones back in Boston, like that's sort of random. There's like old looking brick buildings in this area, and then you're just kind of like,
Pretty.
why the hell are they in this area? It makes no sense. Nothing's that old in Night City. But the one you're at is like this white building. It's just pristine, looks like every other kind of building in the area, basically. There are students coming in and out. And,
This is a great ride.
Thanks. It's been in my family for a while.
You know, next time I go to something like really important, can you like pick me up in this thing? So I think it'd be really cool to make like a grand entry.
Yeah. You want to know the coolest part? If you look in that console there, so many guns.
Wow.
Ivy just nervously presses a button to one of the consoles.
what do you have for guns? I'm not going to say no.
I was just thinking a collection of things that I've gotten throughout. Again, he's functions as a smuggler, so it's like, you know, they're not the greatest pieces, but like there's a heavy pistol, you know, there's probably like a pretty beat down rifle that you wouldn't trust in the field, but
Yeah. It's varying degrees of quality too.
I
Some of it
feel
is
like
just like
I feel like he puts them in there and forgets they're there.
that checks out. You, Ivy, you see that, you press a button and it just opens one of those compartments, and it's just as Parcel said.
You just have that?
I forgot to get him out of there, but yeah, you need one?
No, I'm good. And Ivy taps one of her arms, but like, that doesn't seem very safe. Like, what if there was a gunpowder incident, or, oh, God forbid, if you got pulled over?
Oh, they're not loaded. The ammo's in that one.
And then you press a button and it's just all the ammo.
Like 2 levels. Oh, you got
Not an
out of
idiot.
it.
Talking
Looks-
about it.
Guy piracy's dangerous.
They say talking about not being safe as they're talking. Nixon just has like one leg wrapped around like the seatbelt, and he's hanging out the side of the chopper. And he's actually got like a plug up into like this into like this loudspeaker. And it's just like, mess with a wolf, you're gonna catch some fire. We gotta put on the gas, the shotgun shells, and the lighter. We're gonna bring the pain. We're gonna rip the thing. And we rise up in the sky. And we rise and gonna put your life, gonna put your life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my new band, Fenrir Rise, and we're gonna be happening in like 20 years or so, but it's gonna be fucking rocking. Let's go.
And the thing is, because I want to keep that 17 roll that you got, it's just, you're getting so many more people, and campus security is now like, okay, disperse. We've had enough. All of you get to class. And security now, as you all get out of the copter, I assume, and you try to go into the dorm, you got like 2 guards who are just like, wait a second, student ID.
I pull out 4 IDs. I feel like, let's call myself Nova. I feel like Puma would have prepared for this. If you
Okay,
want
wait.
me, if not, I can roll.
I'm gonna make you roll on that because I'm a little sus on that, and also I just want to know if it works.
Sure.
Can you roll? Oh god. Oh, forgery. There is literally a forgery. If you go to technique skills, it's under first aid.
Okay.
And let me know what you get.
How'd you explode?
I did. So 15
Oh, you got 10.
plus 7. Yep.
22.
22.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? I had a high DV, and you just, yep. They look at it, and they're just like, they look at the 4 of you a long time. They look at Ivy, not even that long. They're just like, you look like you belong here. You're a student. The other 3, they look at you, especially the rocker boy. Nix is just like, okay, you know what? These look fine, but is there any reason? Like, if not, I will. These better not be fake, is all I'm going to say. You don't want trouble here. And they just part out of the way and let you go in.
Thank you. You're cute, you know.
You say that, and they start blushing as you walk by.
Mike, you are cute. He walks in too.
Oh, they start blushing again. You enter the building, and it's like that normal sort of dorm setup. It's like there's that living area space where it's just like a living room and whatnot, like the most typical foosball table, because why not? I'm saying that's a thing because I just want it to be. There's actually not that many people in this area. There's like maybe 3 or 4 people. You see a front desk person who's just sitting there and they look bored out of their mind.
Hello.
Hi. And they do that thing that the security person just did, looking you up and down like, are you a student? You don't look like a student.
You know, I'm never too old to get my degree, so here's my pass.
I'm going to go off your roll because it's silly to ask for another. It's like, you know what? Fair point. It's just more of, and they start looking around the room, and you notice anyone who is a student here, they're all dressed just as fancy as you are. So like for the others, it's more like, it's just varying degrees of like, I don't want to say high couture because that's extreme, but it's very nice fashion for a school. It's kind of weird, but also then you remember like, oh yeah, there's a lot of money here. So these families are able to just get those nice looking, it's not like a uniform, but just think like very nice clothing for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything in particular I can help you with, or are you looking for someone?
I'm just looking for my friend. I forgot what room she's in. Lucy, I forgot her last name, Nate. I'm sorry.
That's cool. You say Lucy Reinmeyer. And I'll actually help you with the spell. I think I put it under Discord, but RHINEMEYER. I haven't seen her in this building like a day or two. Like apparently and they pull out literally one of the scream sheets. Like she was just in the news. Like she's been missing apparently. Like
Oh, that's what? So she's been missing. I mean, has anyone seen her?
I haven't seen her in this building, not in a few days at least. I know, like, if it's as bad as this, and again, they point to the article, it's as bad as it's saying. I mean, her dad's probably going to throw as much money as possible into making sure, police or whoever finds their daughter. I mean, it's an exec's daughter. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Say, does she have a roommate? Anything like that? Just anyone who's spoken to the police, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question. The person at the desk takes a second and is like, no, let me check their records. And they pull out, like, they go to, like, the computer next to them, which is always amusing because in the future, you'd imagine everyone didn't really need a computer like that. You could just pull up on your agent. They're using an actual computer. Let me just check the records. And they go to check. It's like, nope, she lived by herself, single room. That's a lot of money to get a single room. But no, she just single room.
Interesting.
I want to go check. I mean, by all means, but I haven't seen her in days. I don't know if there's anything there or not.
Well,
Maybe she left her agent.
Smart.
I mean, and they look at you like, so if you want, and they just start standing up. It's like, all right, then. They just start walking towards one of the elevators.
I think I look at Puma and I'm just like, wow, rich people just let you do whatever when they assume you're rich too, huh?
Mm-hmm. This is why I do my job really well, because I dress well and they know I'm really well. So, okay, let's go. Team?
Can I kind of drift backwards? Not like fall, but like drift to the back of the group. And while she goes, like while she leads them up, can I check the computer for records on the other missing girls?
Oh.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Give me, when you do that, there's a computer check. I know there's a computer check. Sometimes there's so many skills and you're like, yeah, I'm going to say, as weird as this is, I'll make it simple. Basic tech.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm going to be like electronic security. Like that'd be like some form of hacking and you're not really doing that. The computer's open. You'll do that. Let me know what you get.
D10, right?
Yep, D10.
Yeah, okay. Am I adding or am I just trying to hit my tech score?
It's D10 and then you add the level, like for the, you add the number associated with the cybertech, which is always, you're adding your stat plus the level that was already in it. So it's those two plus the D10 you roll.
Okay, I'm looking for, there it is, okay. Oh, that's not, 12.
I'll get to that in a minute. It's all good. You linger behind as that person gets up and starts walking to the elevator. Puma, Nyx, and Ivy, you follow the person. Or do you follow the person upstairs? I don't want to assume, but I'm assuming.
Yeah, if they're leading us to the room.
Sure. They go upstairs. They get to like a couple floors above where you started off. And they walk down the hallway a couple doors. It's like, all right, this is the one. And they start pulling out like, I'm gonna say because it's the future, no one would have real keys. They pull like a key card system, like think like hotels. You just like click it and open the door. And when they do open the door, it kind of just looks like nothing had really happened. It's just like the room's kind of just as it was, like no sort of scuffle or anything. Nothing seems like it was thrown out of place or anything. Pretty boring room. It's just like there's nothing of even interest to look at, like no pictures on the wall or anything. So either they were staying there or it's more like, well, when I'm once and again in the area, I'll stay in the room, but I'm probably just staying where my exec family lives because it's nicer than this dorm, even though my parents paid a lot of money for it. Here you go. If you need anything else, just let me know. I'm gonna head back downstairs.
Hi, and your name?
Just call me Steve.
Thanks, Steve. You're cute.
Again, blush and walks away.
No. She's right. You are cute.
And as they get in the elevator, they shout back, "Oh, I know." The door's closed.
I see the lot.
For Parcel, with that 12, I'm actually. It's not you don't really find info on the 7 that were missing. You again do find that news article that I started off with, which is like 7 of them are missing. What's interesting is you also pull up more of the article, and it's fascinating how the only suspect that they seem to have or are thinking of is there is a group in this district that operates called, and I swear this is their actual name, they are called the Philharmonic Vampires with a Y. They are kind of a poser gang, which is, think of it like pop culture-y type of stuff like that.
Is the Y in vampire, like vampire, or is it the Philharmonic?
Where's the
It's
Y?
like vampire. It's vampire. So Vampyre.
Okay.
Which is interesting they add the E because I know like there is that film nerd talking. There is a film called Vampire without that. So
I mean, I know it doesn't matter in the long run where the Y is, but I just had to know.
oh no, but it's relevant. It's always relevant. And I will also add, just off that 12, you also take a second as you're looking in or looking at the computer trying to find info. You also kind of just, you see people walking around here and there, so you kind of just try to eavesdrop, and you're hearing like a couple students are just having their regular day, like, oh yeah, how was class? Oh, class is fine, all that. But no real like info pops up out of them in this area. It just seems like everyone's kind of oblivious to the fact that there's someone missing or there's 7 people missing. They're just kind of more worried about their studies, which is, makes sense.
Okay. Cool. I'll scamper out and try and catch them up.
For the ones upstairs, you can check the room if you want. I would say perception check.
Yeah.
Sure.
It is on always the column. I got to make sure I do the right columns. It should be. There's so many skills. Anyone watching, if you've never played this, there's always too many darn skills. It's under awareness skills. There we go.
Cool.
Thank you.
Sprint failed.
Yep.
Ooh.
Not wrong.
Oh no.
Yeah. So
You're in a
I have
room.
really high perception, so
It's always the highest skills, but I got a 12.
10.
12.
I got a 20.
All right. Those who got the 10, okay, 10, 12, 20. Okay, 10 and 12, you just, again, it looks like a regular room, like she's barely used it.
Mm-hmm.
Or 20, even with the 20,
Oh, explain.
even with the 20, it's kind of amazing. There's nothing really you find in this room of this person. It's just, if like they have obviously like nice bed sheets and whatnot, there's stuff under the bed that is just regular sort of items like just normal everyday stuff. There's nothing though that discerns that anything had happened in the room, and there's even info-wise, there's nothing really that you find, not even like a computer, which is interesting. Maybe the computer is with their folks, who knows? But there's nothing there that shows anything that could lead like to help out, basically, is what I'm getting at.
Don't see
And I would say at that point, Parcel, did you go upstairs?
Yeah, I kind of went up to try and find them.
Yeah, you go upstairs and you're right there as they're kind of finishing looking at the room.
Is it
You guys
mean to say
find
that?
anything?
No, but I was about to say, is it mean to say that a missing person is a basic bitch? Because oh my god, she's a basic bitch. There's nothing here. She doesn't even have stickers on her laptop.
Are you so catty? I didn't know you had that in you, Ivy.
Wait, here's the thing. I don't even make minimum wage. I do illegal installations. I even have money to put stickers on my computer. Look, and she opens the laptop to emphasize. Nothing. Personality.
Okay, yeah, she's a basic bitch.
Well, I did though. I found something really important.
What you find?
She's got silky sheets.
Oh. Okay, I don't need, we're not doing the black light testing now, okay? We're not doing
I didn't say that. I just said that she's got silky sheets. I was looking around the room for things, and I found that out. And it's a really good thread count as well. It's the same kind that I have on my bed. So good style with that one.
good. You two have something in common.
Well, like, are all her clothes here? Did she take stuff? Like, do you think she was taken, or you think she went somewhere?
Oh, yeah, maybe she wasn't going to be here.
Because there's these like operatic vampires that are going around apparently.
Wait.
The empires that sing opera?
I would
Or
say
yeah.
for all of Yeah, and I would say for all of you, you know the group no matter what, because everyone would know this group. They have an interesting form of infamy in the area.
I was reading that.
Those guys, all right,
Yeah, I was reading the sheet. I was reading the sheet, and it said that they're the only suspects.
So maybe we have to go talk to them.
Hey, especially we didn't find anything inside here. Is there a window in her room as well too, or?
Yep.
With that check, could I have like looked at the window, see if maybe there was like possibly force from like the outside or maybe there was a crack in the wall or something that maybe it was pried open and somebody got in this way or whatnot?
You check it with that check that you got, and no force of entry at all. It looks just like a regular, nothing has happened.
Yeah. No, it seems legit unless someone else came in afterwards, but no, and Nick's like, and then he kind of glares up at everybody, and it's kind of the first time like the camera zooms in a little bit too, and you see like his eyes, more his right eye because the hair covers his left, but as it kind of starts moving, you see that he has cyber eyes and everything that kind of like changing colors, kind of goes from like a blue to a red as he's looking around the room, and then it pops back to like this light blue. Not much that I could find around here, but I think you're right. Parcel, we go talk to these operatic vampires. But I came up with nothing except a sheet. Red cat. That's it.
I mean, they are nice sheets.
Are you keeping that?
The sheet? No, like I said, I got the same sheet like at home. She probably shot it at the same place for like home goods and everything. So I got my own red cat.
Oh, I love the good homes.
Oh, good homes, yeah, that's a good store.
Very good.
It's a lot of good stuff there.
Just like the Max JT, I love that one too. Justin Timberlake. Okay. Anyway, so we going?
Do we know where to find them at? Anybody got a lead on how we could even look to them?
Maybe ask her friends. Maybe find out who she's been hanging out with.
We could
Could
fly.
have been some boy. We're not going to be able to see anything if we fly, and I would rather not be in that helicopter again. I don't know if I'm going to sit on a grenade.
Oh, Ivy, you just look out the side, Ivy.
Keep your eyes on the horizon. Keep your eyes on the horizon.
As you exit the room, you take the elevator back down to the lobby. Puma, can you roll perception for me?
Oh, goodness. Okay.
All the others, I'm going to use the rolls you already did.
Sure.
All right.
Just to add it in, just to make it interesting.
14, 15, 16, 20.
Hey, 220s, nice. Two of you when you're walking down, so Ivy and Parcel, you're just kind of looking ahead, just trying to figure out where the hell to go next. Or Parcel's case, like, just get in the copter, man. Like, it's fun. Puma and Nyx, notice as you're walking by, there's like that most stereotypical of every college dorm, which is that cork board that has all the events and flyers on it. Like, it's just, even in the dark future, I'm saying that is a real thing.
You two survived from our time.
Yeah, the one thing that survived the horribleness of the past 20. The thing that you look at though is you walk by it, and first time you were walking by it, you didn't really pay attention. This time though, you look at it and you see on it, there's a poster that is plastered straight on it. It's huge. It's hard to miss. And it literally says, "Come to a night at the opera with the Philharmonic Vampires." And on the poster, what makes it stand out outside of the lettering is the fact that there are people posing on it, and they're all like classic horror cinema poses. It is as corny, cheesy as possible, but also kind of a gorgeous piece of art. Because you're just like, oh, they're really going for it. And they are definitely, and I don't mean this as a pun, but it's going to happen, they're definitely vamping. And then
I
at
think
the
of
same
this
time,
Nosferatu from that SpongeBob episode, just with.
Oh yeah, exactly.
eyes.
And one of them is like posed like Nosferatu, not gonna lie. And at the same time, as you look at that, you also kind of see people looking at the board too, and you can hear them just having a conversation. Like, I thought this group was a joke. I mean, the only reason people really like them is because the audience usually at their shows ends up half naked or something. Like, hell, half the time it's just a glorified. It is what it is. And these, I mean, why are people even talking about this? I mean, have you thought about the kidnappings going on campus right now? I mean, there are 7 people missing. NCPD needs to do something. I don't get why campus security hasn't done a damn thing. And their friend is just doing that thing of, And then you hear one other person walk by who's just, they sound so fucking annoyed that for some reason their psychology professor is just not answering them, and they have a thesis due in a week, and it seems like they just can't seem to get an answer. So you just hear a student like walking by talking out loud about it.
Man, this school seems like everyone's annoying with everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, school.
I
What
think
do you
that's just the
expect?
bourgeoisie.
Yeah,
I think that's just
Alright.
Night City.
yeah, too.
Well, I don't know. I guess we should check out this theater, huh? With the vampire?
Yeah.
Do we need to get costumes?
Oh, definitely.
As you look at the flyer, it actually says on it, in terms of dress code, very apt way of bringing that up. It is listed as Old World meets New World, drama, sensuality, black velvet, danger. And also it lists that the thing happening is happening tomorrow night.
Oh, so we have a day. All right.
Are
Well,
you saying we get to go shopping? Shopping episode. Who knows what's
she has worse nightmares.
out?
No, I could carry all the stuff in my car. We've established any mode of transportation is a car.
Chaos.
I guess we go shopping.
In that case, if we're going to do that, I want an agreement first. Does everyone really want to go shopping, or do you want to? Is there
Yes.
anything else you need to do in the area first? Just making sure,
That's you.
because I will totally do shopping. I am definitely that person who's like, yes, let's talk about clothes.
Totally up to you guys. I'm up for whatever.
Ivy's bewildered, but she's excited. I get to shop where the people are.
Oh, I dress
On
the
the-
girl.
All right. In that note, then I will totally allow that, and we'll work that out. As you do walk past, the 4 of you then do pick up on there are more people talking about that event specifically, but also talking about the kidnappings. Kind of like it's varying degrees of like it's 50-50. Some people are like, this is a more serious thing. I don't know why people really care about going to a party right now when there's shit going down on campus. And the other half is that typical, dude, it's college, live a little, go have some fun. I mean, this sounds like a weird. The more you see more of those flyers too. And again, all of them are very much the classic cinema thing of just some of them look like they're literally ripping off old B movie posters from like the early like 20s and 30s, well, 1920s and 30s, specification for Night City. And then again, like it's just everything you hear about this show, everyone's just like, oh yeah, it is my favorite. I'm going to use this as a description. If anyone has ever heard of Sleep No More in New York City, you know how weird that show is. If not, just think of it as like the weird form of performative art theater. It is an experience. It's the best also way to describe it sounds very Rocky Horror.
Oh boy.
All right.
And if you want to do shopping, I will totally do that, but I'm going to speed it up a bit. What do you want to buy clothing-wise?
White, black, leather.
I'm going to say, Puma, are you everyone's stylist? Because it feels like that might be the case because you have very good taste in fashion.
Oh, absolutely. Whatever they want, I will help them find it.
Which leads me
Thank God,
to
because
find
I was just going to leave with a Phantom of the Opera costume. That was it.
You want
Which
that?
you never know. I get to ask one of my favorite roles that somehow I'm not kidding, this keeps popping up in every game I do. Can you roll wardrobe and style
Ooh.
under social skills? And I'm always amazed. I never thought I would ever ask this, and yet it gets asked so much now whenever I run Cyberpunk.
So I rolled 12 plus 6.
18.
18.
Oh, well, I could have done.
What outfits do you get them?
All right. So you said it's kind of like Rocky Horror, or is it 1920s?
So the description that was read is Old World meets New World, drama, sensuality, black velvet, danger. And based off the art on the posters going with classic horror theme, like vampire look, I would probably say black is traditional.
Okay. So I would probably get next to all leather like leather pants. They're probably chaps, but we're covering the butt for this. It can have some buttons for a doorway in case, but
it's for a doorway. All right.
it's definitely, you're wearing the leather pants, a leather vest, just like the one you're wearing now. What else do you want?
Oh, I'm fine with wearing as little as possible. That's all right.
And then Ivy, I would put her also kind of like in a leather cat suit as well. With a cute little like hat. And then Parcel, how do you want to look?
Pretty awesome.
Pretty awesome. I'm gonna put you in what do you call those? Like a suit with the tails.
Yeah.
Tails.
Yeah.
Like a top hat. And really nice pants, but all in black. I give him a cane.
Can I have a bow tie for post?
Oh yeah, of course. It's gotta be black though, Post. It's gotta be black.
I forgot. Parcel, describe Post for us for a second, because I forgot about that.
Post is what is he actually? There he is. He's a lowland streaked tenric. He's a small little guy. He's akin to a mole. He's a mammal. He lives in almost all biomes, and he's hella endangered.
And he happens to be your pet, which I'm going to say it's Night City. Anything is possible.
And he's my bro.
It is your bro.
Love it. So I'm going to give him a little top hat, and I'm going to give him a little tiny baby monocle.
Oh my God.
And then I'm going to wear, let me see, I'm going to look more like a flapper girl, but in black and leather, of course, and then leather like lace up her arms, and then she's also going to have a top hat. She's going to put it on the side, heels. Okay, so we ready to go? This is what we're going to wear tomorrow. We all decided, yeah?
Nix is already like wearing it, trying it out, and be like, oh yeah, that looks
It makes your butt look good.
Oh, does it? Yeah, Ivy, what do you think? Does it look good?
Ivy cannot look at you. She is just covering her face.
I just
It
need
feels
another
like I'm
opinion.
wearing nothing at all.
Right, it feels like it too. Woo!
It's all right. We have to fit in. It's like a fetish club. We've got to fit in.
Are there going to be gimps there?
Are they going to be what?
Oh, she's saying
Gimps.
games. I hope so.
Oh, James?
Uh-huh.
What? Maybe?
Terrifying.
On that note, fade to black. It's the following night. What's interesting on the flyer is it's at Symphony Hall. Symphony Hall is in the University District. It's kind of down the street from the actual campus itself, so it's not that far away. All of you arrive exactly in the outfits that Puma specified, because amazing. When you get there, you notice there is campus security. There is an aerodyne. Best way to describe that is think of it like a big flying vehicle, like not like Parcel's like copter, like much bigger, much more deadly looking. As you walk by campus security, every now and then when they're just kind of checking and talking to people, you notice like if they open their mouths, you see two very pristine canines flare that are just eye-catching, because you're just like, oh, I forgot that's a thing. And you're not sure if they're just doing that for show for now, or that is that's permanent, because that can be.
I know.
Yeah, which is always
We've locked
exciting.
into a LARP.
That's possible too. As you walk past them, you make your way towards Symphony Hall, which gorgeous building, has 4 giant columns that lead up the stairs towards the front entrance. As you do get towards the front entrance, you see a man in a black suit and a black top hat standing in front of the doorway as people are lining up to get in. They are ostentatious. Like they actually kind of look like Nick's a little bit with the cane, has a black cane out. And they're just doing that thing of like, think of like a circus where someone's trying to be a ringleader or tell you announcements. It's like literally you could hear them shouting, "Come one, come all, come see sights of amazement from an age long since lost in. You will see wonders that will astonish. Come all." And you see like every now and then people are checking the line to make sure they adhere to the dress code, which thankfully with that 20, like that roll you got, yeah, you're all good. Everyone else is varying degrees of what you got. It's the most interesting mix mash of what the hell is that person wearing to, oh, that's clearly high fashion, respect, to, okay, they tried. They look fine. Eventually you all get to the front door. They just are like, okay, give me a second. And they're just looking you up and down to make sure. It's like, all right, go on in. And when they let you in, the lobby is the weirdest fucking thing you've seen in a while. It is an assortment of students, but also they have people, kind of like burlesque dancers here and there on the sides, just providing almost like a 1920s, 30s style atmosphere. And yet everyone is, to quote Ivy, I feel like it's most apt, this kind of give off a weird sort of vampire LARP, which is hilarious. I'm saying that because I run vampire. So you just get in this lobby and it's just the weirdest sort of assortment of people, but you all look fucking fabulous.
Better.
Man, you did good getting these for us.
Look, I don't want my people looking bad. When it comes to fashion, we don't look good.
We all look hot, eh? Or what are they?
All right, but
So sweaty in this.
it's okay. Everyone sweats here. It's okay.
Before you get into the main hall, the things that stand out too are like beautiful red drapes. Like when I say red, think like blood red, because this is as on the nose as possible. You even have sort of holograms featuring, of all things, go figure, notable vampires of classic cinema. So you have like Bela Lugosi, you have Christopher Lee.
Oh, yeah.
There's 100% an entire group that is just the Lost Boys, because yes. And then even like the more ones that maybe aren't considered classic, but considering this is the far future, Underworld, clearly, Kate Blanchett, like Kate Beckinsale, definitely, because at this point, that's classic cinema.
Yeah.
And then what happens is you have someone at the door who's looking at you, just takes you all up and down. It's like, okay, where would you like to sit? And they show you or give you a grand room, and it's a huge hall. It is like literally a theater. So it's the specifications if you want to sit out by the stage, you want to sit in the middle, do you want to sit in the back?
What do you all like to sit and go to see the show?
Well, we're not here for the show, right? Or are we? Like,
We're looking for suspects, so maybe we want to be up front, get clear images of their faces, and Ivy points at her cybernetic eye, which has some microscopic sight. She's there for every detail.
Well, just split up and we sit in different positions. And we can see something, we comment.
You know, I like that too. That sounds like a good
plus I
idea.
can shoot someone from the balcony easier.
Perfect. So in for that.
Not Ivy. I won't shoot Ivy. I like Ivy.
Thank you.
So,
But yeah,
Ivy,
balcony.
I think Ivy, with you in that eye, you should sit farther back in case you see something that we don't see.
You know what? I'll sit right up front as well too. I mean, any lights or something go off, I'll be totally fine with that.
All right, and then Parcel's going to take the balcony because he's a good shooter. And then what was the last position or last sitting arrangement?
Wherever you guys want. Because I think, Ivy, did you say you're sitting in the back?
Yeah,
She's
way
the
back.
lever.
What
Back,
if?
got it.
What if you could get backstage?
Oh,
Who do I have to sleep with to do that?
I mean, I'll be in the balcony.
all right. So maybe one of us goes backstage.
Oh, you could go backstage. That we were all covered and everything. Ivy got the back door, I got the front door. He's sitting on top, and you're in the back as well.
Okay.
Sounds like a party right there.
All right. I'll go see what I can do in my talking. See if someone will let me back there, and I'll keep an eye out.
So you're gonna go backstage. Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure I got all this written down.
Split in the party. Here we go.
You see, I always love this because it's always fun. Ivy, you stay in the back. Parcel, you go up top. There is a balcony area that looks down. Rocker Boy Nix, you go way up front. And I will get to Puma in a second because I'm gonna have, obviously you're gonna try to go backstage. For the other three, the thing that stands out immediately when you try to get your seat is the fact that all the seats have plastic sheet covering over them,
Ew.
Oh, is that kind
which
of
immediately is like, what the hell's going on here? And then you also, again, three of you take a second to just take everything in. And like I mentioned, it's an interesting assortment of like 90s LARP vampire, 90s goth. Just this interesting mismatch of that, but also people who clearly are old cinema buffs, just like old vampires. And when I say that, some of them are even biosculpted to look like old actors. Like you see someone walking by who looks like a very young Bela Lugosi, like the perfect hair swept and all that. It's just like that type of thing, especially like someone even I would say is probably dressed like the most amazing Morticia and Gomez Adams, even though it's not vampire, but it's gothic enough that it's just like, yes. As for Puma, you see your crew disperse.
Mhm.
You don't go down into a seat, obviously. You take towards the right wing or start walking towards the right wing. And you have someone at the door who's just sees you kind of stepping up. It's like, sorry, can't go further. Unless you got a reason or something.
Oh, I was going to help with costumes. I got asked to help with costumes back there.
Give me, oh god, what's that good roll for that? Not haggle, because that makes no sense. Give me 1 second.
No, you're fine.
Is there persuasion? Yeah, there is persuasion. Give me persuasion.
Persuasion?
They're giving you a very skeptical look. Like,
17. I rolled a 5 plus my 12.
they give you an up and down, and they just give you this look of like, costume designers are already back there, and I already know everyone on the crew. So unless there's another reason, I can't let you back here.
Oh, and then she gets closer, and she just kind of like does the like, you know, up the shirt and like touches his lip. Goes, are you sure about that? I mean, I couldn't really help back there, you know.
They don't even blush, go red. They have the most straight, narrow face. Like, I'm sorry, but everyone who is anyone that needs to be back here is already back here. So I would definitely say they start pointing towards the front seat. If you want a very interesting experience, sit in the front.
Fine, this poor girl's gonna sit in the front. I just really wanted to help out the costumes because I was asked to, but fine. And she'll just like dramatically go sit down in the front. And
in the process of doing that, person gives the largest eye roll possible. And it's kind of one of those, it's audible. It's like, okay. So Parcel's, again, just trying to reiterate, Parcel is up on the balcony area looking down. God, brain. Ivy is in the back, closer to the back doors. Nyx is up front. Puma, are you with Nyx as well?
I feel like I would have sat on the opposite side of Nyx in the front. Like if he's on one side of the stage, I'll be on the other side. So we cover both ends. Yeah.
Again, all of you take your seats, kind of just look around. And again, as I mentioned, it's a very interesting mishmash of just fashions and looks is probably the best way to put it. It's just unique. It's also very, very much like everyone has followed the aesthetic and the dress code to the T. The thing that's interesting is you start noticing there's like, it's on multiple aisles. There's like this bellhop looking outfit of a person going back and forth, and they're handing out like white synthetic silk handkerchiefs for everyone. Okay. And then, as I mentioned, all the seats have that sort of plastic seat covering, all of them, every single one. And the ones that are in the front, they hand you not just one handkerchief, they hand you two. Like, you're probably going to need this.
And
it's at that point, a few minutes pass by, and as the time is going by, you're also hearing musically filling the auditorium, like filling the hall space, is like Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake as it just serenades everyone. And then eventually, like every good theater does, you start noticing the lights do that dimming on and off to announce that it's about to begin. And then the lights slowly dim down. And what happens in front of you is you see a very interesting take on Dracula performed live. However, as I mentioned with the front row, it's also kind of performative because art is always weird. So it's both Dracula's happening on, but also there's still performers on stage who aren't even, seems like they're part of the production, but they're adding ambiance to it in a very dramatic way, which is, I'm going to allow you to do this because I want to be nice. Both of you roll evasion. I'll tell you what happens after you tell me your roll.
No.
Oh boy, I love it. Evasion.
Okay. Oh, that's not good. 13 for me.
That is only a 12 for me.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
You notice these two people on the stage, and they have very large buckets. And then you realize any dramatic, violent death scene isn't just on the stage. They are throwing fake blood into the crowd. That's why there's plastic seat coverings. It's not just, oh, I'm watching a show. It's like, oh, no, I'm now part of the show, and I have to experience it in a 4D way, which is fucking annoying. So you just get dunked because you're sitting up front. And it's that type of thing where you're like, for fuck's sake. But also, it's like, thank God these aren't my actual clothes.
Good point.
The others who are up top, you probably are like, Parcel, you're up top. You see them both just get soaked.
So
Then-
gross.
What's it? I'm looking at my lips. What's it taste like?
Oh.
Oh, that's a good one. What do you think it tastes like?
I'm gonna say it's got a nice, definitely kind of like that mixture of the syrupy taste, but it's got a little bit of a hint of lavender inside of it too.
It 100% tastes like that. So while it's annoying, it's also like, oh, this is actually kind of nice. You can see people next to you who are just like, they're all about this, and they're like, yes, give us more. You see them throwing that many, many seats in front of you. You're not in the splash zone. There's nothing being thrown that far up. It's more just the front row area.
I'm thinking whatever divine being has intervened on my part. I'm just sinking into the seat, you know, crinkling and leather squeaking as I'm just, if it weren't for the money, I wouldn't be here.
And again, as I mentioned, it is such a strange performance of Dracula. It's both theater and performative art, so it's just this weird mix mash. And then the four of you, as it keeps going on, there's a very loud shouting from behind the stage that you just randomly breaks the silence, and it kind of even goes over the noise of what's happening on stage. It's just like, hey, you two can't be here. And the next thing you know, you hear the very distinctive pop of someone shooting a gun off. And everyone's kind of for a second, just like, they try to play it cool, and then another one goes off, and the room just goes silent. And then a fourth one goes off, and then people start freaking the fuck out and start bolting out of the theater. I'm going to have you do this if you want, because I feel like it's probably going to happen. People who are, Ivy, you're in the back. If you want, you're the only one. You can easily get out of the building. The other three, especially for Parcel, you would need to go down the stairwell to get there. For Puma and Nyx, you're so up front that you can try to get out, but there's such a sea now of people just being like, oh, this is not part of the show, and they're all running out of their seats. So it's kind of like you're kind of boxed in. I would love all of you to roll initiative. But for Ivy, specifically, if you want, you can stay in the theater, or if you just feel like, fuck this, you want to bolt, you can totally bolt, and I'll allow it.
You know, this is going to be a great chance to get behind stage because everyone's running, but yeah,
That's
I'm
true.
just going to tuck myself between the seats.
Everyone tell me what you rolled.
I'm slipping and sliding on blood. 11?
11.
I'm slipping and sliding and a little more with a 10.
Amazing.
I am doing okay, probably because it's not as crazy up here.
Yeah, you're good.
But I have a 13.
Nice. And then Ivy.
Thankfully, I'm in the back, but you know, I have anxiety. I didn't take my pills today. I should have. 14, but you know, I get that nervous riz.
10, 11, 13, 14.
Give me a second.
Nate, you need a 12. Come on. Let's get that large straight, bro.
Let me 1 second, guys, because I'm realizing I need something. Oh,
Is it dice?
More dice?
no, just more info.
Ah,
As much as I plan ahead, I'm also like, you know what? Some things just happen in the moment, and you gotta deal with it. Now, Puma,
yes.
I'm going to make a reference to something that's really funny, and you're probably not expecting it, but I also think that's entertaining. Obviously, Puma has been in another game that happened by the wonderful Tracy, who is a wonderful human being, and you should all follow their stuff at Magi RPG. You had a excursion with what can best be described as a group called the Bozos.
Yes.
They are,
Oh, they're back.
for those who've never watched, there is a group called the Bozos. They literally look like sadistic, terrifying clowns. They are nightmare fuel. One of them walks out on stage and just starts shooting. And what you're noticing when they start shooting specifically is you see people who are, there's like sort of was an orchestra pit in the front of you and Nix. 4 of these figures just pop out in black clothing and start trying to rush the stage. This person who's literally a bozo because they look exactly like it. They have terrifying white hair. Their skin is paler than pale. And they also, you can't see their eyes because there's like this full-on cyberware covering their face and their vision. This person's just full-on trying to shoot at them. And then the most random other image the 4 of you see is there's another person who pops up from the other side of the wing. And the best way to describe it is they're kind of wearing what looks like a robe, like a ceremonial robe, and they're also shooting at the crowd. And the 4 that are popping up, they're both noticing those 4 are down there. And I would say the person who actually gets to go first is Ivy. You see all of this happening, and there's like the 4 that are popping out of that orchestra pit. It's like they split up 2 by 2, and they're trying to bum rush the other, like one side of the stage. Do you do?
So, I'm not the kind of person who keeps guns in my compartments, but you know where I do keep guns? In my backpack. So from my position, hidden amongst the seats, I'm going to shoulder my family shotgun and take aim at that bozo.
So you're a bit far back, so I'm going to let you know now, if you shoot from where you are, it's going to be a very high number to have to hit. So do you want to move at all, or do you really want to stay comfortable where you are? Just checking is all.
I'm going to crawl over the seats. You're right. Okay. Look, I don't know what guns are.
No, you're good. Give me, this is always an interesting way to roll in this game, because this game's always got fascinating skills. I believe it's roll shoulder arms for your shotgun.
Yes, that's what's on
and
the
I will
because
say
I can do math.
and I will say the number you need to get is above a 20.
Gotcha.
Dang, that's high.
Yeah.
16.
16. You take aim, and it just does that. It goes kind of just buck wild, literally. Like, it just spreads out. It doesn't hit anyone, thankfully, outside of, like, but obviously you don't hit your target. I mean, it doesn't hit anyone else. Is there any other action you want to do? Because you moved a little bit. It's basically move and action. So there we go. If you have any other movement you want to do to get closer, or do you want to stay put, just kind of like staying behind cover?
I will continue to move behind cover, just getting a little as close as I can get without compromising my cover behind the seats. I'll be sneaky about it.
You are now in the midsection of where all the seats are. And then the next person to go, because I wrote it all down, you see the person that you just tried shooting at, who, again, bozos are disturbing. They just look creepy. He has like, I don't know, best way to describe it is you look at it and you're not sure if it's like a normal pistol, because it looks a little weird. And then you start realizing that they're shooting off something that's clearly not a bullet. They're shooting off what looks like paint. And it seems to just be hitting them and not really doing anything. But also the guy tries to shoot at 2 of them and he misses both shots completely. They just go wide. Someone trying to get out of the aisle screaming by just completely gets plastered in the face by this thing. And it's more just like, what the fuck was that about? And then they start like trying to wipe it away and it just won't get off. It's like permanent paint mark on their face. And they're just like, God's sake, like, this is not aesthetic. It doesn't work with black, man. Next up is Parcel. Parcel, you're up on the balcony looking down, and it's just like wild gunfire is happening for no reason. Or at least it looks like it's happening for no reason, because it just seems all random. You are muted.
Oh.
There. Can hear
if you're
you.
waiting on me, my audio cut out on my
No,
side.
I can hear you. Oh, I can hear you.
So I can't hear anything.
Oh, yeah, sure. We'll move on. I will say next then is
Just give me
Puma.
1 second here.
That's cool. I'll let Puma go next. So Puma, you're up next. You're up front. You see those 4 figures just popped out of the orchestra pit and are full on trying to rush these guys. And they don't look like they have any weapons on them at all. Like, you don't see firearms on these guys.
Okay, so I'm gonna make sure I'm behind the seats. I'm gonna try and crawl under the seats because if we're in the front row, I gotta get behind some seats. So I'll take my action to get a little bit further back.
Sure.
So that I'm not, because otherwise you're saying they came from the orchestra pit, 'cause they can see me if they lean over.
Yeah, the 4 that came out of the orchestra pit, they're all wearing black. The 2 on stage is one is clear as day, disturbing bozo. One is wearing, of all things, what looks like ceremonial robes, and they're shooting at the 4 that are basically trying to climb out of the pit.
Oh, they're shooting at the people coming out of pit. So
Yeah.
the bozos are already on the stage.
Yeah, the bozo's already on stage, yeah. And they're just like seeing those 4 and they're just taking aim at them.
Okay, then I'll instead I'll just slam myself towards the front wall where the pit is, I would assume, and then pop up and see if I can shoot one of the bozos.
Yeah, go ahead. Roll handguns.
Handgun. There. Oh gosh, 12.
The shot goes wild, and maybe it's partially just because there's still people trying to rush out of the theater, so it's just one of those, maybe someone bumped you or something. Do you want to do any movement or stay where you are?
I'm going to see if I can start crawling my way towards the side of the stage.
Got it. And audio good, Jared?
Yeah, I believe it is now.
Yeah, I will let you go next, man.
Sweet. Okay. So there's the 2 on the stage and then 2 on the floor, right?
4 on the floor, yeah.
4 on the floor. And how high is the balcony that I'm in?
You're on, it's like second floor, I'm going to say, but like if you need an actual number, probably like 20 feet up.
Okay. All right. Is there one of these bozos close to Ivy or Nyx because Nyx is in the front row?
They are staying towards the front of the stage, and they're not even focused on them. It's more they see those figures popping out of the orchestra pit, and they're just taking aim at them like their target practice.
All right. I'm gonna target one of the ones on stage, just because I've got the cleanest line of sight with my heavy pistol. Take aim and pop it off.
Yeah, roll handguns. I'll say DV of 15 to beat.
Doing math is dumb.
Yes, it is.
7 + 1 + 6. I'm real good at math, y'all. 14.
It again, shot goes wide, and you almost hit them. You get like right next, shot goes off, and bullet goes right by one of the feet of the guys on stage. I'm going to say it's the one that's in the robe, and they're not noticing that at all. They're just very focused on the fact that there's 2 people about to rush at them. Next up, I will go with Nyx.
There's lots of shooting and everything, and Nyx, actually, he kind of jumps behind the seat and reaches down into the front of his pants, and he pulls out like his pistol as well too. He's going to take a shot. But the thing about Nyx's pistol, it almost looks like one of those pistols from up on stage. Shit. I shoot. I also got a 14 as a little ball goes flying by the thing and it hits the back wall and pink paint explodes. I too have a little paint gun.
Little paint gun does a lot of fun things. On that point, the 4 that are rushing the stage, because I'm going to do them all as a group roll, because I just think that's much easier. 2 of them get up to the clown-looking guy, and what you see happen is they literally try to hold on to the guy or grab him, and you're not sure what the hell's going on, but they're just trying to grapple them in place, and that's all that's going on for that one. The one that's the monk, they don't get close enough, but you see that they have melee weapons, and one of them just literally pulls out his sword, and is just trying to like defensively get ready to just jump at the guy. And at that top of it, we go back to the top of the round and we start with Ivy. Ivy, again, you are, as I mentioned, you've moved up to the midsection. You're not at the front, but you're closer than you were.
Yes, they're still grappling this bozo, as it were.
Yeah, so if you wanted to try again, it's probably going to be a little bit easier of a shot.
Oh, absolutely. I'm definitely trying again. This dude was shooting at innocence. I don't fuck with that.
Yeah. Roll shoulder arms again.
Will do. Please let me find the roll. Yes, please. Thank you. 13.
know what? That hits. Roll your dice. Which should be, I think, 5d6? 4d6?
Yes, it's very heavy.
Yeah, it's a lot. And if you get double sixes, please let me know. That is very important.
9 damage.
What's that?
So if you get double sixes in combat on your d6s, that's called a critical injury. And then I have the lovely thing that is there is a lovely critical injuries table that I will have you roll 2d6 again, and something very debilitating can happen that can completely change them to the point where you can literally just lob their entire arm or leg off, or you literally cause them to lose move where they just don't move at all, or stuff can happen. 9. Give me 1 second to make sure. You hit them. Two of the shots, the round hits them. They immediately, they have armor on clearly because they take the shot, and then they start realizing who shot them, and now they're looking at you, and now they're just like, well, screw I know I got people. It's like basically like I know I got people rushing me right now, but screw that. And they're now going to try to possibly aim down your direction, see where that came from. The one that you actually shot at is next. That's funny enough. They're going to try to take a pot shot because when you shoot, you probably pop out for a second to take the shot, I would assume.
Okay, classic Duck Hunter.
All right. I rolled a 10 on that, so they hit. I'm not going to lie on that one. I thought about it. So, fun moment for combat because I know you haven't played before, and it's always good to refresh people. Anytime you take damage, always factor in your armor first. So whatever the number is on the armor, that covers it first. If the number of damage if you take damage that's over that number, then it'll hit HP, and then you will slowly start ticking down your armor number by 1 every time it does that, because your armor gets ablated over time. So I rolled a 6. So if your armor covers that, you're fine. You probably don't take anything. Armor immediately holds it up.
It covers it, thankfully, just barely.
Yep. And then they decide not to shoot at you. They try to take a pot shot as one of them's trying to rush them in the face, and they can't even line up their shot correctly. It just goes wild. And they try to move, and then as they try to move, again, they can't because they're being grappled right now. So the fact that they even tried to get a shot off at you and succeeded, it must have just been a random fluke because the people who are grappling them now are just trying to hold them in place. And with that, Parcel, it's your turn.
All right. I will try again at the nearest bozo to shoot again. My radar implant doesn't give me a bonus in this situation, right? It just lets me know where they're at.
What's the name of the radar implant? So I can double check that for you.
Radar implant.
Oh, simple as that. I love that. Simplicity and it's sheer elegance and simplicity.
I like to call him Jeff.
Oh god. Yeah, scans terrain within 50 meters yards, cannot scan through cover. Yeah, it mostly just tells you they're there.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna fire off another shot. I'm gonna rise up, gonna do like the take aim on the elbow crotch and this might do it. Gotta do math again. 21.
Oh, that 100%. Roll your damage.
Yeah. Do I have 3d6? I do. Oof. There's a loud pop, and 11 damage as a regular round pierces into this bozo.
They're grappled, so I'm going to change this a bit. Your shot hits them like right in the chest. Doesn't seem to distract them at all. They seem very much preoccupied by the fact that there's 2 people grappling them full on. Do you move at all? Do you still stay in the balcony?
It's very clear that there's no more.
The balcony at this point has maybe 1 or 2 people left still rushing, but that balcony's basically empty at this point.
Okay. I'm gonna use my move to dangle over the edge and drop. I'm gonna get my full body length down from the thing and then drop to turn it to closer to a 15-foot drop.
If you're gonna do that, roll athletics.
Or I have a grappling gun.
Oh, you have a grappling gun? Then never mind. Fully negated. You just can use the gun and Batman descend from the rafters, basically.
Yeah.
He's partial.
As you do that, the person in the robe, who I'm just going to start calling a monk because they look like a monk, they're trying to basically just evade the two people. They try to raise their gun up and shoot, but the two that are in front of them just immediately swipe at them, making it basically impossible for them to do anything. And next up is Puma.
Okay. I moved to the side of the stage. I'll pop up. Who do I see? Can I shoot again at?
You have a bozo who's being grappled and can't move, and then the other one seems very distracted by the fact that there's two people swinging melee weapons at them, and they did not anticipate that.
Let's do the first bozo.
Got it.
Grappled. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, that's better. That's a 16.
That hits.
All
Roll that
right.
damage.
I have a medium pistol, so that's 6 points.
Nice. Also, I forgot, you can shoot again too, because certain ones have rate of fire of 2. So I will retroactively. Oh, yeah, so I forgot to say that, guys, sorry, because it's been a while too. Medium pistol allows you to shoot twice. So if your weapon has a rate of fire of 2, you can shoot twice. Or, especially melee weapons, you can swipe twice.
Do you want me to roll again to see if I shoot?
Yep.
Okay, that's a 12 that time.
That one misses. That just goes wild, but the first one does hit.
Okay.
With that, the four of you look on the stage, and the one that's grappled, you kind of see a very terrifying image of just, they both grab the arms of that bozo, and as I mentioned before, you saw a security detail that clearly had pristine canines, and these two people grabbing the bozo, they open their mouths and just immediately sink their teeth into the bozo's arm. And you can just hear this guy he is cyberwared to like way too much. Like you don't even see his eyes. It's like there's a VR visor fused to the face. Guy screams in an unbearable way. It's unsettling. It's just, people are literally biting into him. And it's literally one of those things where it's like, oh, screw the armor. Armor's not doing shit for this guy. The guy, literally, you can see blood dripping down the guy's arm as it's happening. The monk looks at that in sheer terror, and you can just hear him say out loud, fuck this. And he tries to basically start motioning a little bit before he gets swiped by one of the swords that one of the figures on the stage is holding and cuts him right across the chest, causing a little bit of a bleed out. And at that point, we're back at the top, and it's Ivy. You see all that happen, and you're hearing the most unbearable scream possible from this guy as he's literally, weirdly enough, being bit into like he is prey.
Hey, I didn't go yet, mate.
Oh, you didn't get to go yet.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nix.
I was
I
gonna say,
apologize. Nix,
it's
go
Nix's
first.
turn.
Apologies. I got too
Yeah,
absorbed.
I was enjoying
Nix, you
the
see
show.
all that. Nix, I'm going to say though, you see all that happen, and it's just like, what the fuck?
I was enjoying the show and everything, and then these guys have to come in. He starts screaming. I want to take an aim shot at his mouth.
Oh.
Okay, so if you do an actual aimed shot, it's going to be -8 to the roll because you're basically cluing it in, but by all means do it.
Right.
I love stuff like that. Do it.
All right. 17.
Where did you said the mouth, so you did a headshot, so you basically aim for the
Yeah.
head?
Yeah.
It's pistols, right?
Yeah, it's an air pistol.
You hit them. I'm not going to say no to that. You hit the DV. So
Well,
yeah.
it hit his
What
mouth
kind
and-
what kind of ammunition are you shooting?
I've just
I forgot
got
to
paint. I've got a paintball. I've got paint inside of it.
Oh my god, I love that so much.
So it hits his mouth and just like paint splatter.
Yep. And he's now literally gagging on paint because I did not expect it to be regular paint, to be completely honest. I can't remember, is that 2 rate of fire? I think that
No,
is.
that one's just one.
Just one. Okay. Do you stay where you are, or do you move at all?
I'm gonna stay where I'm at. I feel like I'm fairly all right here.
I'm going to change the flavor text then that I said before I let you go, which is you shoot them right as they're about to scream, and it's now like someone's trying to scream, and it's also the fact that you shot literal paint in someone's mouth. That's no. So there's like someone's trying to be audible, and it's also now they're literally choking on paint. Ivy, you see all that happen, and you see this bozo now who's like literally his knees have buckled, and he's on the stage, and this monk is trying to now get the fuck out of the room.
There's that whole, I only have an associate's degree in medical care, so I won't follow the whole Hippocratic Oath. I'm not going to put that guy out of his misery. That monk, however, I got a little respect for holy figures. That gentleman who slashed him with the sword, I'd like to take a shot at him.
Interesting. By all means, go right ahead. I'm going to say, too, you're probably, I'm going to say, I was also going to say, you're probably a little bit closer now, like probably slowly moving up. That does hit. Roll your 5d6, which is always ridiculous.
I go sicko mode, Your Honor. Oh, not too much. 7.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. I rolled 2 1s.
You shoot at that one, and you shoot them right on the shoulder blade on the right side, and it throws them off where they missed they were probably getting ready to prime up another swing at this guy, and it just throws them off completely, and now they're trying to figure out what the hell just hit them, and they have no clue. I'm going to say, because this clown is still grappled, and I'm not even going to give them that chance, they can't seem to speak. They're trying to scream. These two figures are literally biting into this guy, and it's doing continuous overtime. Like you can just see it on the stage. It is this image of someone literally bleeding to death. And then you see the head just lull as they just completely flatline on the stage. And the two that were biting them are now turn around, and you can see that their whole face is just like they wipe away the blood from their mouth. And they start looking into the crowd as to who seemed to have shot their friend on the stage, and they can't. We'll see if they find that out. Parcel, you're next. You've now grappled down like Batman, because no matter what, anytime someone says grapple hook or grapple down, I'm going to say Batman.
Gotta be Batman, obviously. I'm Batman. I'm going to rush up. I'm going to try and get close to Ivy. So that they're not like alone, just basing it over. I feel like, from what I know, it gets a little motion sick.
Oh no!
Oh no!
The Matrix has them.
So maybe not like.
There you go.
No. Okay.
You're back.
Okay. I'm being told my internet connection is unstable.
Oh.
You're good. Wait a second. Well, wait a second. You should be good. Wait. Yeah. Take 1 second.
Boop, boop.
So, Yenber, you said you're going to rush to where Ivy is.
Yeah, I'm going to rush up next to Ivy so that no one's like solo by themselves. And then I'm going to pop 2 shots because apparently my rate of fire is 2.
Do it.
Actually, can I do 1 at each of them? Can I change targets like that?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'll do that then. I'm talking on the stage, the guys that just turned to be all like, "What the heck, guys?"
Yeah,
because that's what I imagine they sound like.
Yep.
What the heck, guys? Blah, blah.
Blah. Well, the first one is only a 13, so probably no.
That hits.
Oh.
That hits.
Oh.
Heckin' yeah.
Because you're much closer to the stage than you realize.
I didn't have my damage dice ready. For a total of 9 damage.
Okay, noted.
And then I want to do it like the Wanted movie where he like just swings the gun around and it's just like it almost goes off before I'm ready to get there. And he's like, ah! And that's a 9 on the die. 21 again.
21. Oh wow!
Yeah.
God damn! Yeah, that hits.
Let's go.
Roll that beautiful damage.
5. Ooh yeah!
Appreciate sound effects so much. You do that, and it hits opposite targets. Obviously, one looks fine. The other one looks like that first shot just took them by surprise, and completely now they're like grabbing their shoulder, and they're just now noticing who hit them. With that, the monk on the other side of the stage just kind of drops their gun and just completely nopes out of the room. They immediately rush for the backdoor stage. And the two on the stage, one of them's now distracted by the fact that someone shot a shotgun at them. And the other is more trying to just be like, run after them, and they disappear off into the wing, and you're not sure where those two now have gone. So with that, Puma, you're next.
Okay. Who is left on the stage then?
You have those four figures that are dressed in black, and they are kind of looking at the crowd, trying to figure out who the hell just shot them. And it doesn't seem like they're looking at you, but it doesn't seem like they want to brandish weapons. They're just kind of like looking out and just trying to figure out what the fuck's going on in the crowd in terms of who's still there.
So do they look like? Wait, I'm a little confused. These four figures though, weren't they just fighting?
They were just fighting. They came out of the orchestra pit. They were clearly going after the two on the stage that caused a ruckus, but in terms of the clown is dead. That person's just flatlined. There's no movement. The other one has run off the stage, and one of them pursued it. So there's three still out there, like getting up from the orchestra pit, now getting on the stage. And they're just kind of looking out into the crowd, like the seats, trying to figure out who the hell's still in here, taking pot shots at them. Like they want to move or anything. They're just standing on stage trying to survey the area.
And we have no idea who these four figures are.
No, they look like, the best way to describe it is when you see them, they clearly have vampires, because two of them just bit that guy, and they're dressed in black, and they have slicked black hair, like the most typical looking vampire possible. And you even notice from the stage, you can't tell if this is real or not. Maybe it's a cybernetic thing. Their eyes are glowing red.
Okay. I'm debating on shooting them or not, because if they're not bad.
Yeah, they're nerds. We might be able to take them hostage, though, is the thing. Ivy is good. I'm going to actually nudge Parcel and say, hey, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm going to shoot them all.
No. We'll do that later. We do that later if they're not agreeable. What I'm thinking is, they're huge fucking nerds. They're probably cowards. Look how they're freaking out. What you're supposed to do is take cover. They have no idea. I'm just saying, if we all go guns out, and I'm actually going to, just almost out of instinct, tap a message. Let's scare them with a gun emoji to the group chat. Yeah.
It's an agent. I'd say you all have a group chat. Next up, if Puma, is that your turn? You're just to clarify.
I'm gonna wait my turn. Yeah, I'll wait. I don't know.
Next, you're up.
Yeah.
All right, so I get that message from Ivy saying we should scare him, take him hostage. Yeah, Nix will walk up to the two, or start walking kind of close to the other two. Be like, hey, you two that bit the big clown guy. Yeah, we were watching everything. Why don't you come here? Come here. We were trying to help you out. I'm the guy that shot that one in the mouth. Yeah. Come here. We want to talk to you. See if we can help you all out. Yeah, or else I'll get you in the mouth with this thing too. It's got pink in it, and I know vampires don't like pink. But I'll totally do it if I have to. I'm just trying to persuade him.
Oh my gosh.
You know what? Roll it. Roll persuasion. Why not?
Right. Persuasion. Let's get it going. Come on.
Why not? I'm curious.
15.
One of them starts to walk forward. And as they do, the lights completely go out.
Oh, damn it.
And the four of you just kind of stand there because it's just like, oh, I can't see shit, basically. And what you hear is, it sounds like a flurrying of movement. Almost sounds like at one point, like flurrying of wings. You hear like squeaking of like bat noises up in the like the balcony going to the ceiling. And then your eyes start to adjust, the four of you, and then you look at the stage, and when you do, you just see a sea of red eyes. And not like just like three people, like think like a lot of people on stage, and they're all the same glowing crimson hue. And eventually, out of nowhere on the stage, it's like a cloud of holographic smoke just appears, and this person, wearing the nicest black suit that you, Puma, have ever seen in your life. It is like gorgeous couture. It's like
Whoa.
perfectly cut. The darts on the back, everything looked great. Their hair is perfectly parted to the right. They literally look like fucking Bela Lugosi from Dracula. Like, it is the spitting goddamn image. And he is visible to the four of you, and he clearly can see you and where you're sitting or standing or whatever, crouched behind. And he starts to speak to you out loud. It's like, my production of Dracula is in shambles. Some of my children are dead. Look, I don't know who you are. I don't want to deal with you right now, but just, if you want to live, please leave. I won't have time to bury my dead right now. And that said, very much no, I know who you are. And he seems like he's looking exactly at you, Puma, when he says this. Expect a message in a few days if you want to help.
So just like
But for now,
slowly, yeah.
yeah, it's like, but for now, leave now before I change my mind. And he just starts walking away, random holographic smoke again, and he's dispersed out. And all those red lights on stage, one by one, turn off.
We're outnumbered, Parcel. We gotta go. I just don't feel good about leaving that girl here if she's here.
I don't know what that was.
It was some real nerdy shit, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, I didn't shoot him after you told me to stop, so that's good. But
True.
I forgot what we were doing.
Lucy, you know, the engineer's daughter?
Oh yeah, the missing girl. Yeah.
Let me see your eyes. Did you smoke before this?
Yeah.
Lucy is like directly. Oh my god. I said
What?
edibles after.
Yeah.
Also, listen, Mr. Dracula, we're going. But like, let me handle my friend here. We're gonna get
The only
some more
noise you
bread.
hear as a response is fluttering of wings.
Oh, they can fly. I can fly.
Yes, I'm aware that you can. Folks, let's get going. Let's move out.
Oh, all right. Where are we going
Well-
now? Can I keep his outfit?
As you ask that, you all empty out of the symphony hall. The streets are completely empty. That aerodyne that the security had, they're long gone. It's the equivalent of just saying, well, fuck this, we don't get paid enough. And they just took off. And on that note, as that has finished, we're going to take a short break. And we'll be back in a little bit. See you in 10.
See you guys.
welcome back. So, now that we're in the second half, and this is the perfect point to do a stop point and move on, it is now several days after that incident. None of you took damage, so you're perfectly fine. Obviously, though, there has been news about this whole thing where it's like attack happens at Symphony Hall during performance. Campus is a little bit on edge from that. At the same time, it kind of still looks like a normal campus where everyone's just like, it happened. It's Night City. Puma specifically.
Yes.
You get your agent goes off and you have another message from Mr. Reinmeyer's representative. And it simply says in 2 sentences, purchase an extra large bowl of noodles with kibble flakes at the indicated coordinates, wear a green hat. And what's weird is the message flashes, updating, no matter where you move, it'll keep flashing and updating its position every 15 seconds in terms of where you are and where you need to go.
Oh, okay. Team, we need to go. I need to go shopping again. I need a green hat real quick.
No roll needed on that because that's just, there's no point. It's just, you could probably find one easily.
Great, I'm gonna find a green hat right in my trunk.
Oh, you got a beret. There you go.
All right, beret.
There you go.
Good
All
job.
of you.
So, yes.
Nope, you're good. Okay. How do you all get back to that same campus? Do you take the copter?
We fly.
That's what I figured.
What? I don't understand.
Yes,
I figured. Just double checking. Just wanted to make sure.
Except this time I want to get like, now this is pod racing. I want like,
Ivy's just holding onto the seats, face pale.
Nixon's got his head out the window.
And the funny thing is, it's just another normal day in Night City doing that. So that's not out of the ordinary. You get back to campus. You park the copter right where you did before because you have perfect memory of where it is, and it's just flawless. Perfectly nailed the landing. Do you do anything after you land, or is it just? I'm curious now. When you land your copter, is there anything you do? Any kind of procedures you take as your nomad? Like, do you check to make sure everything's working correctly and all that?
No, I feel like it's in the sound. I know when something's not right. So basically, all I do is hit the like antique car alarm lock thing, and that's more for just the aesthetic and style than actual thing. I want to say it's been a couple days, so maybe I put a new decal on it. But
What's the decal?
You know the jazz pattern that used to be on solo cups?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That happens. Even when you honk, when you have the car click, like that old style click, some people who walk by just give you the subtle head nod of, oh, nice, retro. Just walk away. The 4 of you, as you exit the copter, you make your way more into the actual university itself, the campus itself, and you kind of make your way towards what you assume is the cafeteria area, but you don't really go in the cafeteria because what you see on the outside is all these students just lining up at the food trucks that are outside there, because who wants cafeteria food at this point? You know, if you got the Eddies, go buy some nice food. You never know. And can you give me a perception check?
All of us?
Anyone can give me it. Specifically, it's Puma, but anyone else can also give me one as well if you all feel like.
Okay.
Yeah, Becky.
That's a crit fail.
Oh, you didn't do those. Those aren't helpful.
It's the same. I think I crit failed on perception check last time. Same 13.
21.
Ooh.
Nice.
Nice. 15.
13.
Nice. Okay. Pretty much all of you hear this, even the one, like, well, minus the crit fail. Maybe you're just trying to figure out like the best way to make the hat look good with your outfit, because it really just.
Yeah, I gotta look good. I don't want to look like trash. Okay, trash. Okay.
Yeah. So you're a little busy dealing with that, and still perfectly maneuvering through a crowd of people, by the way, while you do that. The others, you kind of, as you're trying to pinpoint like where a possible noodle food truck is, I guess, you kind of clue in a little bit to what people are saying here and there. And the things that kind of stand out are like from different conversations, and I'll try to make them different voices to make it discernible. Oh my god, I knew someone that was at that party. I'm glad no students got hurt. I hear the after party though was hella good. Like there was so many of us. I mean, the students that they overwhelmed security. I bet the execs are freaked out. Or maybe they were into it. I wouldn't know. And then again, you keep hearing this repeated thing of just like, I hear none of the psychology majors can get their thesis papers accepted. They are totes starting to freak out. Guess they should have picked a hard science like us. You know, get an easier way of getting into Biotechnica. I mean, come on. And then another one is the weirdest comment you could pick up on, but it's amusing because of food reasons. Doesn't this taste like pancakes? I'm not crazy, right, dude? This meatball sub tastes like pancakes. I think they used the wrong kibble. Try it though. It's interesting. It's weird but interesting. And eventually, R21, you find all these people are kind of corralling around this one sort of food truck. And it's clear as day. It's like, this is noodles. Like they're serving the freshest noodles possible. It is literal, a little bit of Night City. More often than not, you're going to be eating kibble because food is a little bit scarce, not to get too real in the real world. But like, this is literally, it smells like the best noodles you've ever smelled in your entire life. And I'm talking like good ramen noodles. Like whatever your preference is, it smells exactly like that.
You know they use actual chicken stock for the broth, but wiping a bit of drool up my lip, I nudge Puma. I say, is that our guy?
I don't know. I have to order my noodles first and sit down and put some kibble on it. I gotta do a huge process. I mean, so they know it's me. So let me go order and let's go sit down and see.
How about the meatball pancakes?
Oh no, I was saying that too. That sounds great.
All right, fine. You two get the meatball pancakes and like Ivy and I are gonna get some noodles.
Can we put some of the noodles on the meatball pancake?
We can make them a
Next
burrito.
order.
Hey, yeah. Do you have any wraps left in? I didn't see any wraps.
No, I cleaned it.
Oh, you cleaned it
Puma
out.
said I was going to take her somewhere fancy.
Hey.
I will order you both an extra bowl, but we need to go meet with our client.
All right.
As you're all discussing that, those who got above a 13, so just not Puma, sorry.
To be fair, it was actually, my total was a 10. I forgot to subtract the.
Oh, okay. Still,
yeah, the 4.
TV,
So.
yep. No, that's good to know. No worries. The other three, Puma, you go towards the noodles following
Yeah,
Ivy.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, Ivy, as well as Parcel and Nyx, even though Parcel and Nyx go a different way, three of you pick up on the fact that you kind of look at the crowd of people, and some of them are very much dark clothing, very dramatic dark eyeshadow. And it's one of those things where you start picking up on like, some of those people were kind of at that thing at Symphony Hall. They look vaguely familiar. And you go up to order a bowl of noodles. It's like, what can I get for you today? What would you like bowl-wise?
Oh, okay. So I want the noodles and I want like the kibble flake on top, if you don't mind.
Sure. What size do you want? What kind of bowl? Like bowl size?
I mean, I guess medium. I'm kind of hungry.
Are you wearing the green hat at all?
I am. It's on the side.
Okay. As you say that, and Ivy, are you right next to Puma?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to get these bozos
Okay.
their meal, but I'm watching.
Okay. Before I do that, I'm going to say more in a funny way. Puma, you're at the food stall or making your order, kind of confused that they're asking about what size bowl, which I feel like is an appropriate question. You never know if you want a large bowl or a small bowl. Makes sense. Yeah, Parcel and Nyx, you easily get that meatball sub because fuck yes. Because I love chaos on that level, and it's just the weirdest thing that I personally would also try to eat. But what you notice is after you two get it, and you probably have a moment of taking a bite, you notice where Puma and Ivy are, these black clothing figures seem to be coming closer and closer to where they are and starting to swarm the noodle truck. And that's when Puma, you kind of hear, as you're standing there, you just hear this voice pierce the silence of just, literally it pierces the noise of everything, it makes everything silent. It's like, nice to see that you listen to the instructions minus the food option. It's pointing at your green, and you realize someone walks forward in front of you and is pointing at your green hat. Like, thank you for at least wearing the green hat.
I mean, I'm getting noodles. You said to get noodles with sprinkle of kibble.
And an extra large bowl, just to make sure.
Oh,
Don't worry, you had the hat on. It's fine. And when you're looking at this person, black gothy outfit, very, very deep black eyeshadow, but their hair is perfectly swept back, like perfectly slicked back. And they extend a hand out to you saying, my name is Renfield.
Renfield, I'm Puma. Nice to meet you. I love your
Pleasure.
hair. It's so greasy
I mean,
and good.
Gotta look your best. And as they smile, you immediately notice two pristine canines. And for Ivy, you also notice all these people have now flocked around both you and Puma. And you also notice with the others that they're not moving. They're kind of just keeping this area contained. But one of them takes a second to just look at you. And they just, again, they bare fangs in front of you and just give you that sort of, try to give you a reassurance of like, don't worry, everything is okay. Just act cool.
Can I roll
I'm
like
gonna take a deep breath, but I'm gonna tense the arm that has my rippers in it.
Yeah, what do you want to roll?
I forgot what it's called in like a insight check or
Human perception.
yes, thank you.
Which is always the weirdest name of it because I'm always just going to call it insight. So yeah, it's basically insight.
No, I crit.
Oh no, Puma. Oh no, Puma.
Did you crit fail?
Roll 2 ones.
Renfield's got you enthralled. Oh no, you're enthralled by Renfield.
You just can't get a good read. Yeah, you just can't get a good read on them. I would say, Ivy, if you want to roll human perception as well to see if this person, like what this person's vibe is, you totally can. Up to you.
I would love to roll a vibe check. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Let me pull it up. There's so many skills, you're right.
I know that it's the one thing about the game I love, and I'm just like, I'm so sorry.
Oh, sweet. I critted. 20.
Oh, hey.
Oh.
The way they say that and the way they're giving you this smile, it's not fake. They are genuinely like, don't worry, you're safe. We're not going to do anything to you. Just act cool.
All this reassuring, like just silently, I'm gonna put a hand on Puma's shoulder, like just with permission, of course, but I'll soften my gaze a little bit. They're just nerds. They're weird. It's fine.
Okay.
As you say that, the person you're shaking hands with named Renfield, they put their hand into their like jacket pocket and they pull out an envelope and they hand it to you. Like, and you look at it and immediately, because it's apparent, it, of all things, even though it's 2045, this is as ostentatious as possible. It is wax sealed and printed.
Oh, this is like really like old looking. I love it. Nice style, so pretty. Love the wax seal. Love that. Yeah, did a great job.
And he doesn't respond. He just smiles. He bows. And he says as he bows, like, I look forward to seeing all of you later this evening. And almost like they disperse like a cloud of smoke. They just all leave your space. And like for Parcel and Nix, you just see that sea of black somehow just fade into the crowd, and there's no way of pinpointing where they went. They're all just completely fizzle out.
Was that those vampire fuckers?
I think it was. Nix is like, like, oh, our bad. Yeah, we didn't even notice.
These are delicious.
These are really good. Does it taste like pancakes?
Oh, 100%.
Oh yeah, it definitely.
It's like the best butter. It's the best buttermilk pancake you've ever had.
Ivy, you gotta try this. Come on, take a bite.
You know, I'm still feeling a little sick from the helicopter ride, but I'll take your word for it, Scooby.
You know, they got drugs for that.
Wait,
I didn't even go upside down.
Who's got drugs?
You know, I'm saying there's drugs for motion sickness, and there's some of those drugs.
Oh, I thought we were about to start our party early. All right,
well,
never mind.
I don't know. Let's go eat over there. And I'm gonna point to like a table that's kind of far away.
Everything was all right now. They didn't do anything.
We're gonna talk over there.
Hey, we're gonna talk over there. Hey, Parcel, we're gonna talk over there.
All right, hold on. I gotta get one more of these meatball pancake things.
Okay, can you get Ivy and I one too? Because we're feeling a little left out. I just want to try what you two are trying.
14 meatball pancakes, my dude.
And you even get one for a post. Because
A little one.
it's just a tiny piece of bread with a meatball wrap. You easily find a table that's got no one there, and it's even private enough that there's not even that many people around.
Awesome. So I sit down and I go, so you just gave me, or for his name. Oh, sure, down. Sorry. Reiner?
Renfield.
Renfield.
I was thinking he was a Renfield. Yeah, he looked like a Renfield, most definitely.
So Mr. Renfield, I think we're the same guys that were at the Opera House, but here is a note. Let's open it up. So I'm going to open up the seal.
You open up the seal.
Oh, God.
It's, again, oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, oh, sorry. I'm reacting like, oh, shit, did I...
Oh, okay, good. Just making sure. Sorry, I got worried about my connection dropped. No, you open the seal, and again, it's a beautiful wax seal. It even has the imprint of the letter M on it.
Oh, I love this.
And then you open it up, and it's like the most beautiful, gorgeous, this is a lost art at this point, calligraphy you've ever seen. Like, it's pristine written. It says, your presence is requested at Symphony Hall tonight to discuss business pertaining to a few nights ago. Come at your earliest convenience. And it's just signed with the letter M.
So, I don't even know. It's kind of weird. I mean,
That's all it says.
That's it.
Does it
Look
mention,
at the letter.
does it mention anything else about the girls, huh?
No, nothing.
Oh,
I mean, they had to have known, right? I mean, they're the only suspects that the cops picked up on, and I mean, at the very least, all I have to do is just maybe offer them some free compensation for their injuries. I mean, really, they're going to pay me an exposure anyway, but how bad could it be?
I don't know. I'm gonna say, bring your weapons, don't bring your guns. Possibly you gonna bring all of them?
Yeah. I'm always down to shoot some people.
well, now things go haywire. What do we know about vampires?
Well, garlic, isn't it?
Garlic?
Oh, and counting rice. They love counting.
Wait a minute.
Something right.
God, I forgot about that.
I don't know
But
that one.
But it's like daytime outside?
Nice.
Yeah, that's why the count on Sesame Street's hilarious.
I totally forgot about that. Oh my God. You just broke my brain, Abby. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it doesn't specify time, but you kind of assume if these people are going with the aesthetic, it's probably evening or night.
Right.
Yeah, well, I say at earliest convenience. I mean, we might as well finish up our meatball pancakes and then head over here.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, these look really good.
I know, right? Hey, Ivy, you feeling better? Yeah, did you get a bite of it?
I'll try Seven just very tentatively. She'll raise it to her mouth, give it a little nibble.
No.
You're right. That's actually really good. Holy shit.
Right? Do we need 14 more? What do you think?
No, we can come back. They're more good. Taste better when they're fresh. Come on.
As you take time to eat your subs, which is not a thing I expected this evening, but I knew reading that's probably going to happen. Amazing.
Did you make that up?
No, that's really in the thing. I wish I made that up, which is why I'm amused beyond belief. You take your time. Sun is not fully set. It's kind of hitting that moment I mentioned at the start, which is right around when it gets to like dusk, basically. I was almost going to say dawn. I'm like, that's a completely different time. Once it gets to dusk, again, those vibrant red skies just kind of fill the air. And it's one of those things where you just kind of get used to it because that's just the state of how it is at the moment. Mm-hmm. But considering current things, it's one of those weird, like, it feels ominous. It's just bloody red. And it just slowly is getting darker and darker. You get back to the Symphony Hall, and then you see there's just a person standing by the front door. No real reason other than maybe they're just keeping guard, or maybe they're checking their agent, but there is someone standing at the front door of the building.
Does it look like one of the gentlemen that were standing guard the last time? When we came up 1 night ago?
Yes, it does. They're all, yep, it does.
Hi, good to see you again, mate. How you been the past couple days? Anything crazy stuff happening?
Just trying to make sure everyone's okay.
Good. Good. Yeah.
Doing a good job.
I hope so. And they look at you, Puma, very specifically. Like, do you have your invitation?
Yes, right here with the wax seal and everything, and calligraphy so pretty.
They take a second to look it up, look it thoroughly through, and then they one by one look at each of you. It's like, all right.
That's for all of us. We're all included there.
Don't worry. Don't worry, you're all expected. The master has been awaiting you. Come inside. And they open the door up. And again, it's the same thing you saw the first time you came here a few nights ago, which is there are people just walking around. There are some people still burlesque type outfits, just dancing, having a time. You also notice the minute you walk in, everyone kind of looks at the four of you, but not in a bad way. It's more like, oh, okay. And you even have someone surprisingly walk up to you holding like a tray with drinks on it. It's like, would you like a drink?
Don't mind if I do, thank you.
And it is cherry red. And they look at you, it's like, don't worry, it's not. They don't even finish the sentence. Like, you'll find out when you sip it. It'll be fine.
I'll taste it. Yeah, I'll take one. You're too. Yeah, Ivy. Yeah, Parcel, you want one?
This is some white people shit. No thanks.
I'm feeling. I just had a lot of like meatball pancakes.
You gotta wash it down with this cherry.
No, I don't know that there's room in there right now. I'm a little sluggish. I'm just gonna sit in this seat until we gotta go, and I just sit down into one of the seats and just
you sit down, and the two who took the drinks, it's literally just flavored cherry Coke. It tastes like actual cherry Coke. It's delicious.
Cherry Coke.
And then you also see that some people are just having passing around cookies, just delicious baked good, and it's just the opposite of everything you expected from a few nights ago. You're like, what the fuck is this vibe right now? It's the opposite of what I thought it was going to be.
Right.
Parcel, as you sit, you know what? No, you don't have to roll that. You kind of just look the room over, and again, it's like some people are just having fun dancing, listening to some music that is very much, and I'm going to say it, it's like old 50s style TV themes, like Addams Family, Munsters. I swear Twilight Zone's going to be on there because I got to put that on there. And then old classic cinema themes, and it's just for some reason dancing to it. But hey, it's their aesthetic. Or as Ivy has said, nerds. Eventually, after you try to take the room in, you also enjoy your drinks or not enjoy your drinks. Someone walks back up to you. It's like, follow me, four of you. And they lead you into the main hall, but you don't really walk through the seating. You kind of walk past it. You walk into one of the wings that leads into a hallway that's just the most typical theater hallway. It's backstagey type stuff. Anyone who's done theater, it's just that backstage aesthetic of a green room, basically. You eventually get to a door where they hold a hand up for the four of you to just kind of be like, and then they knock on the door in front of them. And what's okay?
I just when he holds a hand up, I just want to, yeah, dude.
That totally happens. No, that totally happens. You do that beforehand, and they're like, and then they do the knock on the door. And when they knock the third time, the door just opens of its own accord. And it's not like a quick open. It's like that slow as fuck type of noise. And again, you're in Symphony Hall. You're in basically a theater. And yet the room you see before you is so fucking pretty. It's like a Shea lounge, a beautiful red reclining chair. There is a fucking fireplace that's lit. It is like the most gothic house aesthetic you could ever imagine, bathed in red, the entire room, including the furniture. And in front of you, next to this fireplace that is seemingly lit, are two figures. One of them turns around and looks exactly like the person who was on stage telling you to come back a couple nights from now, or you would be messaged, who looks exactly like Bela Lugosi. The other one is the most, I'm going to say stereotypical, that's a rude word, most typical looking golden era Hollywood in terms of platinum blonde, very pale, and they just take a second when they see you enter. The person who is the platinum blonde, they're both holding hands, grabs his hand, just kisses the guy in the hand, gives him a wave, and then they walk out of a different door in the room as the person who's in front of the fireplace just turns around and falls like, well, you arrived.
Well, yeah, you gave me an invitation.
I mean, I'm just glad you answered the invitation. I was a little worried you wouldn't, considering events from a few nights ago.
I'm sorry I
offense,
shot
but-
people.
Yeah, I am too. Sorry about that. But like when you do the whole thing where you're biting into people's necks non-consensually, that's a little weird. I don't want to yuck anyone's yum, but dude, kind of scary.
Yeah, she says kind of scary. I want to stick my head up right next to hers on the shoulder and goes, and I'll fucking shoot him again.
I just gives him a look, but yeah.
The person in front of you actually chuckles while you do that, Parcel. It's like, oh, that's understandable. But don't worry, you are perfectly safe. I have no interest in harming any of you.
So then why are we here?
Well, we have a mutual problem that must be dealt with. And he takes his agent out and he brings it to you, closer up to you. They walk slowly up towards you in the most, again, Dracula-esque bullshit you've ever seen. We have a mutual problem. And as they put their phone in front of you, you see a very recognizable message you received outlining a job getting paid for 2,000 each. If you haven't assumed by now, I'm the one who sent you that message. Let's just say Mr. Reinmeyer's family is not really aware I'm intermediating between the two of them. This is a personal matter I would like dealt with that I don't want NCPD to know about. The person who is causing all this has affiliation with us, and we don't want that getting out, nor do we want our reputation tarnished in any way.
Okay, so if we catch this guy, I mean, is the media gonna know that they're part of you or what?
I mean, at this point, he takes a second and he just looks like he's very contemplative in thoughts. I don't imagine that they'll be able to piece 2 and 2 together. At the same time, I still want this situation dealt with because 7 missing people in our district is a bad thing, and we don't want to be blamed for something we did not do.
No, absolutely. We all agree, yeah.
Well, but the scream sheet said that you guys were the only suspects.
And he looks.
And I believe the media. The media never lies.
As you should. And he even makes that noise as everyone else did, oh, no, that's a conversation for another day. I guarantee you that we have nothing to do with this. I even believe one of the ones that was captured was one of our members. So I'd like the situation to be dealt with. But also, I don't want any more kidnappings on this district. Not with our names being attached to it, the least of all. But, yeah. He takes a second, takes a drink. It's fucking red as hell. You're not sure if that's actually wine or something else entirely. There is no way to discern it in this lighting. It's just the most aesthetic upon aesthetics as possible. And I'm going to keep saying it because Abby said it best, nerds. Because it's just a great catch-all, but also funny as heck.
Hey, yours is slightly redder than my drink. What are you drinking?
They just smile and take a sip.
Can
I'll
we
let you-
swap? Can I try some?
He lets his drink out and lets you drink it.
I'll take a sip.
It's just it aesthetically looks like blood, but it's really just the best red wine possible. It's a good Cabernet.
Right. Thanks. That is good. I like that. That'll go great with those pancake meatball subs that we had.
Oh no. He just quizzically looks like, okay, they're doing weird things in the food carts again.
Wait, were they pancake meatball subs or were they meatball sub pancakes?
That's a good point.
As you all
We need to know
contemplate
this
that,
answer. We need the answer, Nate. What is this?
I'll let you. Nope, I'm gonna let you know later. Secrets are fun. He takes the wine glass back. It's like, as mentioned, his name of all names is Lord Ruthven, Ruthven. He arrived in Night City after the city was bathed in fire, and offered to fund us and help us kind of have a rebirth, because when the city had its moment 20 years ago where everything just kind of imploded, any sort of help was appreciated. He was a visionary, he was an artist, he had considerable monetary resources, but he had a dark side and many secrets that he wouldn't share with us. What we do pays homage to the past. We may partake in archaic rituals and drink the occasional glass of blood, which he says that and winks at Nix after having sipped his drink. But we're not monsters. We're not murderers. We're just simply romantics. There is no art left in Lord Ruthven. Now he is only a monster, truly. He began taking it too far, and when we confronted him about it, he threatened to kill us. And he is very much more than capable at this point. Because he's far gone. He is full on cyber psycho. And when he says cyber psycho, none of you need to roll that, because you would all know what that means. That is a point where you are so augmented up with cybernetics that discerning how real you are is impossible, and you just go full, not the best word choice, I apologize in advance, you go full mental. Like you're past the point of reasoning. You are fully just into that psychosis. And as he says that, he kind of just rubs his forehead, and you're not sure if he's trying to just pronounce something, or he's just trying to shake off how much that hurts, or maybe he's just giving into the role of how he's appearing. You're not really sure. I want you to deal with this, if possible. I have the exact address as to where they are. I don't want NCPD notified of this. I would like the problem taken care of discreetly. And also, he goes to where the fireplace is, and hilariously, he turns back around after grabbing something. He has a full-on wooden stake in his right hand. I want you to take this as well and make sure he's fully. You can find him at the old Union Chapel building. He starts looking at his agent and then slides it up, and you have immediate info sent to you, Puma. Do this for me and I'll make sure you get paid.
Also, do we think the 7 people are alive?
That is a question I don't have answers on, but I hope they are.
Okay.
The most important one is find Mr. Reinmeyer's daughter.
Yes, of course.
Do you think if we do this too, we could your next show we could get tickets to come back and see the entire thing?
He smiles a very huge smile just hearing that. It's like, I will make sure of that, and if you take care of Mr. Ruthven, either, and he points to the stake, that, or honestly, any way that is befitting of us, I will make sure we owe you a favor as well.
We come back for a show. You're gonna let me backstage. I'm gonna help out with those costumes.
I will make sure you get to help out, and I will make sure you are not in the front row getting bathed.
I want to be in the front row again. No, it's fine.
Oh, never mind then. You enjoy the heck out of that, because that is always fun.
Oh, geez.
All right. So, we'll take care of it for you. Right, Gabe?
Yeah.
Can't believe I'm saying it, but let's get in that damn helicopter.
Yeah!
We got
The whole way out, I'm dancing around Ivy. Like, yeah!
Can we make a quick stop at the Bell Taco real quick? I know we're gonna add trash to the helicopter, but I would like a beefy layer 7 burrito, please.
Oh, it's Bell Taco. It's my favorite, as you know.
Go
Yes, but we're gonna try the drive-through.
with the helicopter.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do it like cantilever style and try and.
Okay, you know what? This time I'm gonna ask, can you please roll piloting?
All
It's
right,
pilot air
dice.
vehicle under control skills because I'm
All
just
right,
not letting.
dice.
I don't care if you succeed or not. This is more just I need to know how much flavor text I want to add
Okay.
to how well you
So
do this.
I'm adding 11 to this. So
Okay.
That's great.
Okay. Just don't
The commitment to
crit.
food I appreciate, by the way.
You got luck too. Spin that luck.
it's only a 19.
Oh,
Could have
You're
been a
fine.
lot better.
No, you do it. You easily do everything you just said, and you do it even
Yes.
better than that. And the person
Right.
at the drive-thru is even like, what the, you know what, there's weirder things. I've seen weirder stuff. And they're actually very impressed that you did that. You even tilted the copter to get things, and then you fly off.
So,
For
sorry,
Ivy.
Ivy.
Yeah, I was going to say, for Ivy, I'm not going to have you roll on this, because I feel like you've done enough good acting on this. It is what it is. If you feel motion sick, it is possibly going to happen, but
we
also...
could take some drugs.
I like drugs.
You got something for Ivy?
Oh no, no. Oh, did you make it feel better for hurt time? No, I don't have those.
I'm getting your doggy back.
What if you check this compartment? All kinds of illicit drugs.
Oh my god.
Illicit
I
drugs.
love it.
I know.
Also,
Oh, you're a med tech.
why are we
That's true. You probably have the drugs.
killing for vampires? What?
It's like
They're good
vampire to
vampires.
vampire.
Hey,
Yeah, I
Also,
guess that's
they-
good one.
they're totally Team Edward. That's why.
Or Team Edward.
Does this look like the skin of a killer, Nix?
How long have you been, Parcel? Parcel?
Hop on, spider monkey.
Oh my god, I hated that line. So fucking cheesy.
Those are the only two lines I know.
Oh my god. And you can hear people off in the distance during both of those lines. As you fly off with your food, I did not think there'd be this much food, but I love it. You fly off away from the university district. As Puma, you're probably looking at your phone with direct, like where it's
Oh
pinging
yeah,
you to
I'm
go.
telling.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're actually heading towards what is known as South Night City. The thing about South Night City is it's kind of outside the nice confines of the district, where you're getting very close to what is the combat zone, which for those who don't know Night City who are watching, basically 20 years ago, just to get a little more into that history, 20 years ago, there was a thing called the Fourth Corporate War, where two big corporations, one was Militech, one was Arasaka, very bad fighting in the streets. It was worldwide, but Night City was very much hit by it. And the reason that kind of called the combat zone at this point is 20 years ago, renegade groups stormed Arasaka's headquarters, and they literally set off what was best described as a pocket nuke that obliterated the entire building and caused the area around it to just be structurally, to be impolite, fucked. It is literally a hot zone where gangs now just kind of preoccupy the area. So the niceties of the university district, you can tell quick as day where you're going, because the buildings change from, oh, this is a really nice new building, look at it, to that building looks like shit. That building is rubbled to hell. And the coordinates you're getting are pointing to, as you look off in the distance, this very rubbly, sort of broken down area that just doesn't feel safe.
So we're gonna have to be careful.
You make
Yeah,
sure
this
you
is a lot
don't
more like
sit around.
home. I got it.
Oh, you live in an area like this? I'm so
Oh, yeah.
sorry. You should come
Home's
stay
home.
with me. You really don't have to live here.
Yeah, but my family's home. I gotta care for them.
Oh, that's a good point. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but perfect
Far
hideout
away.
for a creepy fucking nerd. I gotta say that much.
How far? That's so perfect. How far away do you park the park? Well, how far away do you park the copter from your destination?
As absolutely close to it as I can get.
Nice. Do you want to be, in terms of closeness, right next to it, or like 20 feet, 30 feet away?
Like, step out of the gull wing door into the doorway of the building.
Oh, I love that so much.
Oh my goodness.
As you do that, you look the three of you probably look down. Ivy, maybe not so much, because you're still probably maybe being like, I just don't want to look at the ground until we're on the ground, I would assume. That's what I figured. The three of you, though, still notice as Parcel tries to land by the front door, that fucking monk from 3 to 4 nights ago is right outside the front and is now shooting up at the copter.
Okay, what is the first off? Why are we parking right next to the door? I mean, get up
I don't
Brother in
know.
Christ, I saved your life. Are you kidding me?
Can I want to peer out the window at him, and I want to reach down into my bag, and I pull out a can, I want to chuck it down at him, and then I want to shoot the can. It's a can of spray paint.
Roll, it's handguns, right? That's your pistol? Yeah, roll handguns.
All right.
I'll let you know if that works. I want to know what you get.
20! Oh my god.
You describe how you do it.
So he's shooting up at us. I'm like, this fucking guy. And I just reach out and shake it up like really, really good. And just chuck it straight down at him. Just hold the gun, close the one eye, and his eye turns like his right eye that you can see starts kind of twisting everything. And as it kind of like zooms in a little bit and just and it pops and explodes, and it's like this super vibrant purple that just covers him.
Oh, good shot.
You hit the guy right as you say, because that was fucking amazing. They seem like they just immediately go, what the and now like you shot him in the eye, so like their vision is just like, I can't see anything. Because paint would fuck with that.
He was shooting up at the copter, right?
Yep, so he was shooting, so now the spray has gone wild.
Okay. Sorry about this.
Oh,
Ivy,
no.
Ivy, hold on. I just want to tilt and use the rotor as a buzzsaw and just try and.
You know
Already
what? This is
reaching
gonna
for doggy bags.
Roll, Noah, that's so fucking cool. Roll pilot aircraft.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
right.
I'm going to
Come
make
on.
this difficult, though. I want a DV of at least above 20.
Okay, come on.
Because that's so cool, but also I can't be nice on that.
And he's not even going to see it coming either.
Burp, 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 burp. Math.
Also,
7 plus 6 is 13. 18. Damn it.
I will allow this. So you also on your stats, you have a luck stat. If you want to spend
Oh, yeah.
to succeed. I will say that's not how it's supposed to work in Cyberpunk. We're supposed to
Right.
declare it before that, but also I think this is one of those things like if you want, I would say spend those two.
I forgot about luck, but yeah, let's spend the 2 to get there.
You tell Ivy, as you said, and Ivy, you probably have that realization of what's about to happen.
I hold her hair up like a girl, like we do in the bathroom. I'm holding her. It's okay, Ivy. I got you, girl.
I'm not Ivy.
I'm pretending that I'm back. Turn down the
Crystal, I want you to do something that you're gonna get a lot of joy out. Can you roll me 6d6?
Oh shit.
Yes, I can. Watch.
I'm
Are
gonna
you guys
improvise
ready?
saying,
You ready for some ones?
and if you get any double sixes, let me know.
You get 4 sixties. Let's get all the sixties. Get all the sexies.
It's 2 6s, 1 4, and 2 3s.
Nice. So you're good.
Let's go.
Can you roll 2d6 for me? Because you got 2 6s, so I'm gonna let you know what happens.
It's a 2 and a 1.
2 and a 1, 3. You bring the blades in so close that you slice their chest, and you see, or at least one of you would if you look out the window, you somehow see that their right hand just goes flying in the air and is completely lopped off. And they just immediately get brushed up against the building, and they just kind of slump down. They're trying to stand back up, but they're also looking at their hands, screaming out loud, because you realize that wasn't cyber, that was actual meat hand.
Ooh.
You can't even see his hand though.
Yeah. Do you try to land the crap now?
Yeah, absolutely. Just put it
Also,
down.
I made a roll to see if your copter took any damage. You didn't. I rolled shit, so you're fine. Your copter's still pristine.
It's because of my
pristine as you
radar
like it.
implant. I knew where things were.
Ivy, you probably take plane is leveled out, so there's no more movement.
You okay, girl? Let me help you. And I like help her clean up the mouth. Like, it's okay. You're pretty. It's okay. You're still looking good.
Thank
girl.
you. Parcel, that was cool as shit. But if you ever do that again, I'm going to inject euthanasia drugs directly into your bloodstream.
So sorry about that, but he kind of insulted me, and
We're shooting at the helicopter. I mean, I would have done the same thing.
the motherfucker had to die.
There. I will puke on your carpet next time you do that, though.
Oh, that's fine. I just have to clean it before I take Puma somewhere nice.
Right. That's exactly true.
Right. Come on, vampire hunters, we got Dracula to stake. And I just groggily get out of my chair.
Yeah.
Does anyone know who that guy was, by the way?
No, it's probably the same monk guy that was in the theater before.
As you get out of the copter, you notice they're not somehow fully dead yet. Like they're just barely holding on, and they're like just looking at looking where their hand was. It's just like they're bleeding out. They're not even trying to put up a fight because they could barely stand at this point because you sliced them in the chest. But they just eye you as you probably walk up to that front door, and then it's that slow descent of just slumping and then slowly just tilting to the side as they fade away.
When I walk past him, I just want to flip him a bird.
Oh, 100%. You totally do that. And it's like they try to say something, but they just...
Okay, we got one down.
Yeah. And the thing that's interesting is that you get to the front door. You probably try to see if it's locked or anything. It's not locked. It opens up just fine. But it's eerily quiet outside. It's just one of those weird, like, if you've been to combat, like this part of Night City before, silence sometimes is kind of a danger threat because you're just like, is someone just waiting to pop out at me and just take a shot? But for now, it just seems quiet. There's a neon sign above the door too that just says open, like flickering on and off every few seconds. You open the door.
Very nice.
So are we going through the front door, or should we find another door?
As you ask that, you look around and notice there's rubble everywhere, and it's just a funnel effect through the front.
Oh, I guess we're going through the front.
Also,
We have
I
arms
think,
at ready.
I think I gave away our secret sneaking plan.
I mean, that's true, and your helicopter's hella loud, so.
Sorry.
All right.
That's my bad.
All right. It's the only, transportation we got. Okay, so who's going to go in first? I'm going to be going first. I'm quite squishy.
Ivy, without a word, is just going to release her ripper in her arm and just start walking in.
All three of you, what is it? Is it just like, for you specifically, does it just look like a large knife, basically, or sword?
For Ivy, it comes out of a slit in her, like, I want to say about her mid-wrist. It looks like it's been stylized to look like bone, but it looks sharp, terrifying, and primal.
Whoa.
It looks, the three of you see that.
Yo, that's badass.
Why you never show us?
Ivy, who did it? Ivy. And I just keep hounding her. It's like, that's cool. Where'd it come from? Yeah, that's cool.
We could talk about it after the mission. After this guy's dead, we staked him. I made it myself.
Oh, nice.
Whoa!
Wait, who's got this? You got that pokey thing. You got that pokey thing. I'll grab my other pokey thing. We go to the chopper. My guitar's sitting there, and I grab the head of my guitar, and I out of the shaft of my guitar, I pull out a katana.
I love that. I love that
Alright,
so
we're gonna jab him with everything we got, aren't we?
We're not gonna use my gun.
Oh,
no,
no,
sword?
No, we need your gun.
We all need pokey things too.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I go into the center console of the gyro, and I pull out this like long sword. It's like, I'm good, and I got a gun.
I
Fucking kill some monsters.
Let his chips gingerly. He holds his sword out. Yeah, good teamwork. Here we go.
As you walk through the front entrance, the four of you, as I mentioned, there's a neon sign above you that's flickering on and off open, but you open the front door. What greets you is a doorway. In the doorway there hangs two large candelabra candle holders, and they're all just aesthetic choices. Blood red, dripping wax onto the floor. Like, all of them are lit. Like, every candle on that candelabra is just lit, and it's the most moody sort of vampire BS you've probably seen in a while. And you take a second and realize, like, you look at the floor, and it's like a leather kind of carpet. But you take a closer look at it, and something about it just doesn't seem right. And then you start noticing, for some bizarre reason, there's like tattoo designs on the floor. And you start picking up as you kind of go, what the fuck is this? And you open up into what is like basically Union Chapel. It's like the main room is like, there's a bar on the left side when you walk in, and there's a bunch of tables up front. And the best way to describe the room in front of you is very much like you would walked into a horror movie haven, like the haven of the bad person, because the bodies sitting at each of the seats probably sends a shiver down your spine, is because none of them have skin on. They are completely devoid of that. And then you look down on the floor and realize, as I mentioned, there's tattoo designs. That's not normal leather on the floor.
Oh.
Right.
It's the type of thing where you're like, someone's really fucked in the head to be doing this.
Dude, I look at everyone, probably Nick's for this. Do I wipe my feet or what?
Ew.
Yeah. Although I don't think he's gonna care too much about it.
But yeah, as mentioned, you have a bar on the left side. There's kind of like a sort of loungy area to the right with like a very long L-shaped lounge. There's a bunch of chairs and seats. They're all kind of just rotting away. And again, there's literal bodies that are just completely, you see muscle clear as day, but also the bodies are breaking down because they've probably been here a while.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to ask how many bodies, but if they've been here a while, then.
It's like 8 or 9 bodies sitting in front of you. And then the one that stands out because you see it on the stage is, on the stage, it's huge. It's a big space. You see a giant sort of pentagram. Looks like it's painted when whatever was skinned, basically. Not to get too gross about it. There's someone literally strapped and hanging from the ceiling, like kind of arms held out. And they're like slowly dripping blood onto the floor. And as you get closer, you realize they're still somehow holding on by like a thread. And the only words you're able to pick up is "Black Mass for our Lord, Black Mass for our Lord," before they just, their head slinks as they completely are just out.
What is this? This is disgusting.
I said that he went crazy, didn't I?
Mm. I mean, again, and all of you would know too. Yeah, and all of you, especially more, I would say our med tech, because this feels more med techy. You'd know, like, if someone goes cyber psycho, it's just all bets are off. Like, that person needs to. There are literal departments in the NCPD that are assigned to take people down like that because it is a national threat, because they are just beyond all reason, and it's just like, for the safety of everyone around you, get rid of the problem. It's, yeah. I would say, give me perception check of the room outside of everything you saw.
All of us?
Because I know, I'm going to say all of you would probably be a little overwhelmed by all this because, reasons. But I'm just curious what you roll.
I explode again!
Oh, 17 for me.
18.
So if you get 10 a second time, it's just the 2 10s.
Oh, okay.
Only
'Cause I
exploding
was like
once.
starting at 27.
God damn. So
13.
27, 13. Puma, what did you get? Oh, 18.
17.
Okay. You try your best to just kind of shake off everything you're seeing because, as you said, like, what the fucking fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Other things you notice in the room is this room has just not been upkept. Like, the upkeep is just not there. Like, everything's kind of like wallpaper's crumbling. Everything's just kind of falling apart. There are metal skulls around the area, and you're not really sure if those belong to people or not. But what's weird about it is someone decided to place red candles on the top of each of them, and they're all dripping red wax on top of the metal skulls. So whoever lives here has an aesthetic choice, whether that's disturbing or more fucking disturbing. That is for your decision to make. But the main thing all of you notice is there is a stairwell on the opposite end, on the opposite side of where the stage is. So where you first entered the room, there is this nice sort of loungy area. To the right next to it, there's a stairwell that looks like it's going down.
Should we split up?
Mm,
No, we gotta stay together. This guy he's gone off the edge. And if any of us get separated, I don't want to see you become part of the upholstery. So what we're gonna do, let's start up.
That has bad taste, you know?
All right, up we go.
As you go to the stairs, start going down, because the stairs only lead downwards, it seems. Oh. And when you do, let's go. You're good. I didn't want to interrupt. You got the idea. As you go down the stairs, again, it's kind of random, but you start hearing music, and it sounds vaguely like, of all things again, like Tchaikovsky, and then it kind of goes more into very typical like Phantom of the Opera type sounds. And it sounds like it's not being played, it's more like PA system is on playing music. But as you do make your way down, you can hear that there's very loud footsteps of someone pacing back and forth, and then it goes silent, and then you hear it again, someone pacing back and forth, and then it goes silent. When you do get to the bottom floor, it leads into this, of all things, like you are in a chapel, so it leads into the actual chapel part where it looks like a church almost, like you see a row of pews and all that. And it looks more normal down here than it does up top. Like upstairs is a literal nightmare. Down here, it's like, oh, this all of a sudden looks like sanctuary. What the fuck is going on? The only thing that catches your eye is you see in the like what looks like the first row, there's like some hooded thing on two of the chairs. You're not really sure what it is, but it's not moving.
And then you said we heard the pacing as well too, right?
Oh, sorry, what was it?
You said that we heard somebody pacing back and forth.
Yeah, you heard someone pacing, but the room's empty. The only other thing you notice is there's like this giant metal like table on the stairs, like on the actual pew stage, like the stage overlooking the pew, and it looks like there's something lying flat on top of it, but you're not sure what.
Go look at it.
I'm not it.
It's okay. I'm armed.
Old school.
Literally. I'll go get it. And I feel just
Thanks, Nate. No one knows my game.
I
No,
just
I
don't want
gotcha.
to get blood in the copter.
let's her to get out. I feel go forward and just gingerly lift up the veil.
If you're gonna gingerly do that, roll stealth.
Oh boy. I'm in
I just feel like if
danger.
you're rolling, I feel like if you're gonna do that, it's like that makes the most sense. I want to know how quiet you're being.
11.
You make your way straight. Do you go straight? I'll give you an option. Do you go straight down the middle? Do you try going on the side? How do you gingerly make your way towards one of them? One of those things you see?
I'm gonna say the left. It's not the side
Okay.
that most people expect. Probably least dominant hand.
You get about two or three of the pew rows. It's gonna sound, that sounds weird every time I say it. You get
How
past
many
two or
times
three
do
of
you
the rows.
say it?
Exactly. In my head, I'm like, it just sounds weird. I'm not going to say it like that. You get past two or three of the rows from the back, and then you step on something that makes a loud crunching noise. And then you realize the two robed things kind of, and then you realize when the fabric moves, I'll have you all roll initiative again. Because you see two automated turrets just start pointing directly at you.
No.
But I don't want to die.
Me neither.
Me neither. 16? Okay.
I have a 16 as well.
Ooh, nice.
I got a 22.
Nice.
Goddamn.
10.
That is good. That's not bad. I still have to roll for something. Just give me a second. Oh god, wait. So I have to remember because I was trying to write it down. My brain broke. Who got 22? It was Nyx.
I did, yeah.
Yep, Nyx. And then who got 16s again?
Puma.
Yep, thank you.
Puma and Ivy, yeah.
Yeah. And then Parcel with the 10. And then 7. All right. All 4 of you see what I said. They are 2 automated turrets. What do you do? And I'm going to say in that regard, Nyx, you obviously go first with the 22.
Sure. Because she was trying to be sneaky, and she made the noise, can I run over and I basically want to just like tackle Ivy down, so hopefully they won't pick up on her, just because she created that noise.
Yeah, sure, you do that, and I would say either roll whichever one is highest, athletics or evasion.
I'll go with evasion.
Sure.
Oh man! Oh, fire! That's a 20.
Boom.
You immediately do exactly as you said. Ivy, you just out of nowhere, Nyx is right next to you, be like, kind of like, get down, and like, not harmfully, but like, gets you pretty much above, like below the radar, basically, of that turret. Puma, you're next.
I will get down too to the floor, and I'm going to try to. I'm gonna grab my crowbar out.
Oh, nice. Is that out of curiosity? I can't remember. Is it a medium or heavy melee weapon? The crowbar.
Let's see. It is a.
2d6.
It's just a standard.
Okay. If it says 2d6, I know exactly what to look for. That was all. I was looking
Hands
for.
required 1, 2d6 melee. Can be
Rate of fire
concealed
2.
now. Yeah.
Sweet. You're all good. Just wanted to double check. So you grab your crowbar.
hmm
And do you move closer to the turrets? Do you use the crowbar for anything?
I essentially want to go and destroy the turrets once I get closer to the turrets.
Got it.
Crowbar. Like bash it. So I feel like that would be my turn though. Get down, grab my crowbar out, and then I would
Yeah,
start making my way, but
I'll say you are five rows away from one of the turrets.
okay.
Sweet. And then next up is Ivy.
Boy, I mean, I'm under. Oh god,
Yep.
I'm under Nyx right now, but I think the moment I can get out from under him, I'm going to do the same. Nearest turret, the one that I uncovered, I'm going to see if I can take my Ripper and just see if I can start damaging its base.
You rush up right to it to do melee, and I want you to roll melee.
Yay! 15.
Because honestly, it's a turret, and you see it's stationary in place. Roll that damage.
It would be very.
There's no way
surprised
for
if it
that
does.
to eat. Yeah, I was like, this isn't like portal turrets that look like they could walk, but they really can't.
7.
You take a very good hit at it, and it's still standing, but you see it have a couple sparks here and there as you do that. It has not revved up any sort of attack yet, so at the moment you seem like you're in a fine space. I will also say, if I remember correctly, I think Rippers you can use twice.
Yeah,
believe.
I asked. I'm not sure. Maybe I only have it in one arm.
double
so-
check. Oh, let me double check because I'm pretty certain that's a rate of fire of 2, but I want to double check. Because I believe it is. Because I know it should be. Sometimes you gotta pull the actual book out. Rippers. Yep, you can roll that again because it's a medium melee. That's always a rate of fire of 2.
Oh, ribbons there.
Rip that up.
Another 7.
Another 7, nice. Oh, is that the wait? So was that the attack? Oh yeah, if you're gonna hit it, so just roll damage straight. That's fine. It's literally sparking and fits in. It's not. You can tell looking at it. It's not fully destroyed, but it's at that point where if someone were to hit it again, it's probably just gonna. And with that, Parcel, you're next.
Seeing that that one is almost taken care of, I'm gonna run and help Puma. I wanna like run it, but like kind of slide in there just to get under it as quick as I can. Whip out my tech tool and like pop off the access panel and see what kind of chaos I can cause in there.
Oh, sure.
Hopefully
So you want to
using
kind of
my
just...
like land vehicle tech knowledge and like basic tech to kind of see if there's anything I can just gum up the works.
So pretty much just try to mess with the turret and see if you can do anything.
Yeah. Assuming that Puma's gonna
sure.
like get the other side of it too. So
Yeah. So is that more you want to do that here from a distance, or more when you get closer to it? I assume.
when I get up to it, yeah.
Okay, just double checking. Just wanted to make sure. At that point, the one that's fitzing out, I'm gonna make a roll first because I don't trust anything I'm doing. Okay, the one that's fitzing out, that's right in front of you, Ivy. You can hear it kind of revving up a bit, and then can you roll evasion for me?
Uh-oh.
Because I want to see what you get. I'm just curious.
19.
19.
Nice.
1 second, because I want to double check something. So I think you're fine, but I also want to double check.
Nineteen for medtech automatically great.
So
Always.
yeah. So sorry, I got a 21. Second. You're at close range enough that you take you realize it opens up its shell, and there's just point blank range, an assault rifle right there, right in front of you, and you take 14 points of damage.
Ooh.
There
Which
goes the rest of my
obviously-
shield.
Yeah, which obviously first off is make sure you factor armor into that first. So then whatever the armor takes, that's that first number, and then whatever is after that, that's what you'll take for hit point damage.
We're
So I think
7
your
hit
armor's
points,
at-
baby. We're fine.
Yep. And then the other turret starts to locate a target basically, and just kind of starts, because it doesn't really fully see anyone else except Ivy at the moment, because all of you are pretty much ducking. But again, that one takes a pot shot, and then I will let you roll evasion again.
Use luck.
Don't forget luck,
16.
too, if
I'm
you
going to
want.
spend luck. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
going to
sure.
spend that to get it to a 20.
All right. It completely misses you. You see it and you just do that almost matrixy, like, no. You get out of the way. And with that, top of the round, Nyx, you just saw Ivy just full on take almost pretty much point like just a shot.
Yeah, I'll rush that turret. That's right there. And I want to, if there's any like wires or anything, I just want to take my katana and try to cut at the wires. See if I can spot
right
this
ahead.
thing anymore.
Roll that melee.
Bounce, baby. Guys. Michael Jordan at 23.
Roll damage.
Right. I want my D6. It's gonna be 8 total points of damage.
So the turret that just attacked Ivy for 14 points that I mentioned, you immediately go up to it and and that turret just, Ivy probably backs off a bit because you realize it's starting to spark horribly badly, and then you probably are able to duck away quickly before it just it's decimated. You've completely destroyed it.
I'll look over at her and I give her a little wink. No, I got you.
I'll finger gun
And-
right back at him.
And I would say you're not, with the move that you did to get to where Ivy is, you're not close enough to get to the other turret, but you're pretty much within range on your next turn to get to that one if you want to.
Sure.
Puma, you're next.
I'm heading towards that turret, and once I get there, I want to stand up and smash it.
By all means, roll melee. I love that you're all doing melee. Yes.
There is a stat for melee, right? Sorry.
Yep, it should be right. Oh god, brain. Wait a minute. I'm gonna help you out.
I got
Okay.
it. I got
Oh, you
it.
got it. Okay, good.
Yes,
Take
thank
your
you. Oh,
No problem.
8.
Your swing kind of, maybe it's just because Ivy got shot and it's a little distracting because you're just like, oh
Yeah.
shit. And then you rush up and then you slightly trip on something. So your shot goes right above its head. But also, I believe it's a rate of, yeah, because you said medium. So you can swing again because it's always 2 attempts
Okay.
because it's always a rate of fire of 2.
Oh, that one was a 10. 10, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
Yeah. And my way of doing is I didn't get to specify this. If you get a critical, that's always going to be an automatic. Roll that damage. And what I will do, which is a fun thing that a friend of mine taught me on how they do criticals. I know it's 2d6, add a d6. Because if you got a 10 on that, and I might have forgot that for someone, and I apologize. It's more remembering in the moment.
It's like 9 points altogether. Yeah.
Much like how Ivy hit that turret on the other end, this one is now sparking a bit, but it's still working pretty well. Ivy, you're next. You just got shot. Sorry. There's still one other
I
turret.
forgive you.
Oh.
I think almost just like automatically, I just shoulder my shotgun and take aim at that last turret. I'm acting on
means.
pure instinct.
Roll that shotgun. Roll shoulder arms.
14.
14. That hits because you're within that range. Roll that 5d. Actually, you know what? Yeah, roll that 5d6. I'm curious, even though I feel like you're going to decimate it, but I just want to know.
I'm
to
angry.
make
I
sure.
deserve to decimate it.
Yes.
13.
How many?
13.
Oh, yeah. You probably signal for Puma to get the heck out of the way as you just line your shot up, and spectacularly, it just in a glorious display of just tech flying everywhere as both turrets are now gone in front of the rest of you.
Yeah, they motherfucker.
It's good.
I feel like Puma and I stand up and there's like char on our face because it just exploded and we're like right next to it.
Yep, but I mean, if you want, I can let you roll damage on that. I can roll damage on that, but I really feel like you're probably fine.
No, I just think it's the funny that we break out into a little smoke plume.
Yeah, it's that. My favorite way of doing it is, the scene, and I can't believe I'm saying this in a Cyberpunk game, that moment in Mary Poppins where they pop out of the chimney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In time.
I'm so happy I just got to see that.
Oh no, that's the old bamboo. That's kidding.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Old bamboo. Yeah, that's that one.
No, that's-
As the two of you pop up with obviously just smoky faces at this point,
yeah.
the four of you look at the turrets that are decimated. They're completely fried. They're gone. There's no way to fix that. But you look at the stage, and again, there's like this kind of metal table of sorts that just kind of looks like like just a ceremonial thing or something. There's a body on there.
Ew.
And it's kind of indescribable, like who the body is, because everything's just been kind of cut up, put back together, stitched up, all that. It's kind of hard to differentiate who that person was at this point. When the four of you then realize the music has stopped playing, and you hear very loud footsteps that behind that table moves like this. There's this giant sort of like fabric-y tapestry that just moves away, and you see a figure who's wearing a black medical jacket. They have a flowing black hooded cloak that they move the cloak off their head, and two very visible things happen. One, they look exactly like Vincent Price. And two, it's as if Vincent Price decided to fucking destroy their face as they open their mouth, and you just see gnarled, sharp teeth opening up. And he just looks at the four of you and says in the most over-the-top way possible, "Witness my supremacy, vermin," as you now are still in combat, and I will have them go at the end of this first round, that I will let the four of you go for free in the same order. So we will go back to the top with Nyx at your 22.
Excellent. So I'm standing next to the turret. I'll reach behind me. I'll pull out my pistol, and I'll take a crack shot at him.
Go right ahead, take a shot.
Oh, wow. Landed right. That's the 18.
That hits. Roll damage.
5.
5. It kind of just deflects off him like nothing had happened.
Alright, I'll take my second shot because I got a medium pistol. That one's a 20.
That hits. Roll damage again.
That one's 9.
Once again, it's the same thing of just you hit them, but like it doesn't seem to really do anything, which is always annoying because sometimes armor just does that. But it's just, he kind of just looks at you, and again, very sharp, gnarled teeth that looks like the most crooked Cheshire smile you've ever seen. Next up, Puma.
Yeah, I will grab my medium pistol out and aim at him as well.
By all means, take shot.
Taking the shot. That is
Taking that shot.
16.
That hits. Roll damage.
First, ooh, that's 10 points for the first shot.
Okay.
And then the second one, another 16.
So the 16, when you hit them, it visibly, you see blood. Like you shoot the shoulder and you can see blood just pop right out. The other thing you notice when you hit him is that this is the weirdest description. When the light hits him, his skin kind of is not, this is going to sound Twilighty, I don't mean it this way. It's kind of shiny and reflects it back. And you would know immediately, like, oh, that man has a full body kit. Like their armor is subdermal. Like their skin is literally built like armor at this point.
Oh no.
But that said, with the 16, you actually hit enough that does hit HP, and you do knock his armor down a bit, which is always fun.
And then can I roll for damage on the second one?
Yeah, by all means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Takesies.
Oh, another 10 points. That's another 2 5s.
Nice. Ivy, your turn.
So, you know how we deal with the undead? We burn them. And it just so happens I've got some incendiary shells.
Oh,
It would be such a shame if they came into contact with our dear friend here.
Yes, girl.
I will allow that. Go right ahead. You're gonna they go in your shotgun if I remember correctly, right?
Yes, shotgun.
Okay. So shoot shoulder arm. Roll shoulder arms, not shoot. Roll shoulder arms.
16.
16. That does hit. I'm just trying to remember, how does incendiary work? Because it's been a while.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Because I think it's just a regular you roll. Okay, got it. So roll damage.
Gotcha. 10.
10. So it does, you hit him a bit, and it does look like he feels it, but the thing that happens, because it's incendiary, and this is something I now need to mentally keep track of, which is always entertaining. Every round, if he doesn't try to put the fire out, it's 2 points of HP directly to HP. It ignores armor completely. So if I choose to not do that, they're just going to burn up literally. So that's a fun thing to keep tabs on. So that's always fun. You hit him directly, and he is literally, parts of him are on. Tell that he's not even paying attention to the fact that he's on fire. He's very much having that classic horror movie moment of just that full reveal of who they are. And at this point, I would say I'm going to allow Parcel. You can go next because they rolled pretty bad.
Okay. I want to charge at him, draw my long sword. And instead of like going to the chest or whatever, I want to drop and try and cut the knees out from under him.
Okay, so doing a direct, basically an aiming shot. So when you roll it, -8 to the roll because it's aiming just specifically at that, but do it. I'm all for it.
All right, and I'm going to use 5 of my remaining 5 luck.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try to evade just because I want to try. Try.
Okay, so where's my melee stat? There it is. Okay, all right. We're starting strong because of that luck mostly. 18 plus 8, 26.
I only rolled a 17, so holy shit. So, okay, roll your damage. This is amusing. Yeah,
Oh,
and
shit.
then also, yeah.
665.
17. Okay, I gotta remember math. Now I'm on your page. I get it. Math is awful. I gotta think about math.
Yep.
Give me 1 second.
2 6s. Hell yeah.
All right. So, okay, this is interesting because weird multiple things are about to happen at once, and I have to remember everything right now.
Uh-oh.
So here's the funny thing. When you do aimed shot to the legs, they immediately take on there's a critical hits table, as I mentioned. They immediately take broken leg as a critical hit. So you basically, their move is just decimated, which is hilarious because they really only now have like not that much left. Like they're pretty much going to be slowly walking forward like a Frankenstein. The other thing I want you to do is roll a 2d6 for me because you got a crit.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
Dude is on
good
fire. He lost a
dice.
leg. I mean, he deserves it, but
11.
This is so random sometimes when you roll this stuff, you're like, you aim for something and then you're like, that's not the thing they aim for, but I'm going with it. You aim for the leg and you just cripple one of his legs, and then somehow in the upswing you caught one of his hands, and he now, no matter what, I love this, I have now -4 to all actions, anything involving his hand or that specific hand. So good job.
Yeah.
I want to
Now
like
the
look
needs to-
back. I want to like look back and just be like, "Thanks for telling me to get the sword."
He's got a sword. You fool! We've all got swords.
I have a crowbar.
She's got a crowbar.
You get a crowbar. You get a crowbar. It's at this point he looks at you specifically, Parcel, as you're right up front, and you see what was the crushed hand. Best way to describe it is think like Wolverine style claws protrude out, and they are also, because Ivy gave me this great idea with how their ripper is. They are like bone, like they look like bone, like just aesthetically, and they try to take a swipe at you. Roll evasion, just so I can know what you get number wise. It's like competing numbers basically. I want to know what you get on your evasion, and I'll let you know what I get.
I just gotta find it on my sheet. There it is. Okay, so I'm adding 10 to this roll. Hey, 0, 20.
Yes.
Or does it blow up? I don't know.
Oh, did you get a 0? If you
Yeah.
get 10 once, you roll the 10 again, and you add the second number on top.
Yeah.
24. I'm
So
rolling when it counts.
I also got a 10.
Oh,
No.
dang.
And then I rolled another 10, and even with the
dang.
-4, it's a 28.
You got me by 4. That's sad.
Yeah, so give me 1 second. All right.
Let me open my calculator app.
Just 4 points of damage on that first swipe.
So
Okay.
I take the 4 off the armor first, right?
Yep, so I would imagine your armor is probably higher than that, so you barely don't take anything.
Okay, but my armor now
Yeah.
has 4 less.
No, armor only ablates when the number is above that. So if you
Oh,
if
okay,
you had,
so it's like a DR.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Yeah, so it's basically like, if I should have explained this better, apologies. If your armor is hypothetically, like let's say it's 7 per body, 7 per head. If someone was able to roll damage on you and they got like a 10 above that 7 of that 10, oh god, 7 armor, and then you got hit for 10 points. Yeah, thank you. You would take 3 points off your HP, and then the armor would go from 7 to 6 because you were able to hit above it. It's one of those things where when you hit above the number, then it starts going down like a clock ticking down one by one.
Got it.
Yep. And then because you're still in front of them, they're going to take one more swing. If you can roll evasion again for me.
But I won't roll as good.
I'm sorry.
I only rolled a 4, so 4 plus 10, 14.
All right, I got a 21.
Damn it.
Sorry.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, I got a high armor.
That would be 10 points of damage.
Haha! I'm 11 armor.
There you go. Nice. So you're fine. You try, and it's just like, it's that maniacal look in their face of just like, oh, you don't belong here, and I'm not going to let you get out alive. It's top of the order, Nyx.
Oh my goodness! Nyx looks down at his handgun. He's like, "Oh my!" And he shoves that in his back, like in his back waistband, and reaches into his vest, and he pulls out another gun. that has kind of like a triangular, like a triangular, what is that?
Barrel?
Barrel, thank you. It wants to take a shot with that thing.
Sure.
Is it like
Yeah,
triangle
works.
bullets?
No, there's a 14.
What kind of gun is it?
It is a microwaver.
Oh!
Oh, fuck yeah. Please do.
Does a 14 hit?
What kind of, is it like a pistol? Because I can't remember.
Exotic heavy pistol.
14 does hit because you're in the DV range. Roll, now
Yeah.
what is the damage for that? Because I don't
On a
remember.
hit,
It's been-
forces target to try to beat a DV-15 cyber check.
So I gotta roll a DV.
That'd be a 15.
I roll that or you roll that?
You roll out.
So it's a 14 DV. Okay.
As like this like triangular, almost like it looks like a little bolt of just like blue electricity courses, hits him. See if it does anything.
I got a 15.
Oh, made it to beat it. Okay, it does not.
Oh.
That
did not
said,
hit.
it still technically counts as a very heavy pistol, so I believe you still roll damage for that.
Okay. Well, this one,
I think.
instead of dealing the damage on a hit, it forces it to beat them.
Oh, okay, so never mind then. No, that's
Yeah.
good to know. I just wanted to double check because
Yeah.
things.
He's like, I was like, damn it! All right.
Oh, okay, I read it now. Yeah, we're good. Okay.
Yeah.
I would say, oh yeah, because it's very heavy. I believe that's rate of fire 1. So
Yeah, just the one.
Okay. Next up is Puma.
I'm gonna aim again. Ugh,
Go right ahead.
that's a 2 on the die for a 12.
That shot misses.
Okay, let me aim again. 13.
You hit.
Okay.
13's the number.
all right. That's only 5 points of damage, but it's a little bit of damage.
Okay. Takes the hit. He's distracted by Parcel in front of them, having just crippled their leg, and they're just slowly, just more or less focusing on Parcel at the moment. Next up, Ivy, and I will make sure when it hits that person's turn, I'm going to do the 2 extra damage for the fire.
Hell yeah. I'm just gonna Parcel, scoot, and then shoot again with more incendiaries.
Please do.
You gotta keep burn the undead. 15?
That does hit.
Yay. I stay silly, Your Honor. Oh, only 7 damage.
7. All right, I will note that. They take it, more fire erupts. I'm still going to say I don't think the way I've read it is it stacks on top of that, so it's still just 2 per round. So I'm just going to keep it that way. But more fire is always fun, because fire. Next up is Parcel.
Yeah. Ivy said move, but I'm gonna try and hit him with the sword again first, and
By
then
all means.
move.
Jared, does Post do anything? Does he have
No.
any special abilities?
Looks
Your little
fly
guy?
as fuck. No, he
I was
doesn't.
going to say it looks adorable. I was going to say it looks adorable.
With his little bow tie.
Well,
on his golden tie.
We get the bonus to cool.
I know if he did something.
Yeah, no, he's just there. He's just flavor.
Okay.
It was because when I ran my path, it said I had a pet. So,
Oh, okay.
all right. So I'm gonna try and swipe. Essentially, just like coming up, like a, yeah,
Like a body shot.
yeah. 4 on the die plus 10. Nope, plus 12. 16.
He somehow, even though he's slower because of the leg, he evades that. So.
That's all right. I got a second because it's a rate of fire of 2. This one's better. This one's
Okay.
19. 19.
That does hit. Roll your damage.
Yeah. 8, 13.
13. Give me a second. 'Cause math is fun.
Math is fun.
Math is fun, guys. So for context, his armor was at 12. It's now at 8. He's around hovering near half of what he was. A little bit above it. Yeah, you're chipping away. At this point, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to back out.
Yeah, sure. I don't think they get opportunity attacks, but I could be wrong. But either way, I mean, it's their turn anyways. I think you're fine. So you're going to move backwards, basically, try to just get out of the way.
Yeah, because Ivy said get out of there, so I'm going to...
know what I'll do, because I feel like this is a good way of doing it. Whatever one's higher, evasion or athletics, just to know what the roll is, because I want to see. I'm going to say you have to have like a DV at the moment of like, get above a 15. Because if not, he's going to get an attack of opportunity.
Okay, it's actually my athletics is higher. Yeah. Ooh, I probably did it. 9 plus 8 plus 4. Yeah. 17, 21.
Nice.
Oh yeah, you easily just they see you do that, they try to swipe at you, and you're just like, you listen to Ivy, it's like, I got this. You're straight out of the way.
I got this.
It's you got this. It's at this point that they somehow lumber off the stage without falling over because they crippled leg. And I'm trying to remember who's closest to the stage, because it was Parcel. Nyx is more at a distance. Puma, you're still by that destroyed turret, correct?
Yeah, I haven't moved yet.
Okay, they move towards you, and they're basically Wolverine arms, because they're literally called Wolvers. Like, you can't get close enough to calling it Wolverine arms
Right.
without as close as that. They try to take a swipe at you, so
Okay.
roll evasion.
Evasion, you got it.
Yep, evasion.
That's a third. I'm gonna use can I use luck?
I will allow it.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna use 2 luck. 13. I'm making a 15.
They got an 18.
No, it's okay. It's all good. 5 luck.
Oh, so I forgot about that. So actually, retroact. You don't have to add this, Jared, because I just remembered it's my fault. So that's 8 points of damage. However, because I forgot and my brain is leaking info a little bit, the way melee works is it ignores half of your armor and just goes direct to the hit points. So you take 8 damage. Whatever half your armor is, that will take that first brunt of it, and then whatever's left is hitting your HP directly.
So if my armor is 11.
I'm going to say round up, so it's 6, so that it was 8 damage. The 6 takes it, but you take 2 points to your actual HP.
And then minus.
It
1
doesn't
to my
ablate. It
armor.
doesn't ablate the armor. Yeah, the armor stays fine. It doesn't ablate
Oh, okay. So 2 points. You said?
it. Yep, just 2 points.
Okay.
I'm going to double check just to make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't ablate from what I read, so you're fine. It just goes, yeah. And then I'm going to ask you to do evasion again.
Sir, where is my hit points on this?
Right up. No, we like to stats.
Stats?
Yeah, right.
No, so what? I don't know what they are. I'll write 2 for now, and I'll look while we go somewhere else. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh,
do you want me to just move?
combat? Go to combat.
Combat?
Combat. There you go.
Oh, okay. One. Oh, stop it. Okay, and you said evasion again?
Yep.
Ooh, that's 10.
Yeah.
That's a 19. 19 plus 9. I am
God
nailed.
damn. You are exactly that. You see that he tries to swipe at you again, and it's just like and you just like, as you said,
I
Neo
parkour
the hell out of there.
Neo parkour out.
You all see her Neo parkour out, because I'm not going to say no to that. Ivy, it's your turn.
You already know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pump this guy full more fire, baby.
Yeah, do it. Let the fire rise.
16.
That obviously hits. Go ahead. They're so close to you that if that missed, I'd be kind of surprised.
Oh, only 6 damage.
Okay.
Keeping that in mind. Next up, Parcel.
I guess I will go to my heavy pistol now.
Ooh, do it.
Because I backed out. No. I would like to use my grapple gun
Okay.
and try and like grapple him, and then if I succeed on it, I want to like try to secure him to a bench or something so he can't move
Oh,
forward.
I love that. Oh God, what do I pick for a skill for that? As weird as this maybe sounds, because technically this is what you would roll for grappling, and I know you're using a grapple hook to do it. Roll brawling.
Okay, I'm not. The
And
worst at
I'm going to do a
brawling.
weird thing, which is whatever you roll, add +2 to it.
Okay, all
I'm going to
right.
add some form of like, you're using a tool in a unique way. I want to encourage that. I think that's fascinating.
16.
And so he also got a 16, but I believe it goes to you. So you succeed.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
describe what you do, because I'm intrigued.
You know when Luke Skywalker's trying to take down that AT-AT? Except he's already got messed up legs, so I just shoot this thing and the grapple. I imagine it's like a hook or a just like a crunchy thing on the end. So I shoot it right where his like femur would be, and it like bites into the flesh. And I give it like a yank and do like a quick cowpoke wrap up thing, and then I take the other end and wrap it around one of the pew's legs, so he can't get anywhere.
As weird as this is going to sound, because I need to ask it, can you roll athletics for me again? Because technically they're still on fire.
Sure.
And I just want to make sure.
I'm adding 12 to a 0.
Oh, then you're... Fuck it, you're fine.
Yeah.
You somehow nimbly are like, flames don't touch me, man. And just
Ivy's
wrap
just
him
giving
up.
you the mom look, like, don't get near that fire. I will
Don't you?
turn this
Last
car
time
around."
you set yourself on fire. Yeah.
At this point, they're hogtied basically, and you're tied into the pew. And they're going to, I'm going to try this and we'll see, because everything is not working in my way, as it should. 8. I'm going to minus that. Are you holding them down at all, or did you just tie them to the pew?
I think I just tied him to the pew.
Okay. Because I rolled a really good number, I'm going to say they are able to cut part of the grapple gun, like the thing you tied them with. I'm not going to say that they get an action outside of that, because that was their action. That said, also, they're still on fire, so I haven't fixed that, so they did take 2 damage, so I'm keeping tabs on that. But they were able to at least wrinkle free out of the grapple, but they're still like unraveling it, so they're still stuck on the pew until their next turn, and that goes to next, which I will say for this round specifically, because they're still stuck on the pew, they're not moving. So the DV still stands, but if anyone tries to do melee on them, I will not say they can evade. It's just going to automatically connect.
Nix runs over with his sword, and I'm going to take 2 swipes.
Go right ahead.
Because I've got that in my other hands. 15.
That's going to hit.
6, 11 points of damage for the first swing.
Got it.
And then 17 for the second hit. Oops.
Damn. Yep, that hits.
And another 11 points of damage for the second hit. It's just down. He takes one big swipe one way, right across the other way.
He's looking worse for wear at this point. Puma,
Somebody
it's your
stab
turn.
him and he's fucking hot.
Yeah, I'll like it's gonna be like a slow motion move. Grab the stick, push him out of the way, flip it, and then I'm gonna stake him in the heart.
That's fucking awesome. I'm gonna have you roll melee, just because I know I said you didn't have to, but just roll that, because I just want to know how good of a roll that is.
Yeah. Melee, where are you, bud? There you are. 12.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that connects. Because he's still trying to thrash it, like move around, and he just doesn't see that coming. Technically, there's no stat written for this stake, so I'm gonna make up a die roll that you can
Okay.
do. Also, roll 2d6.
Yes. 6, 7, 9, 10.
Oh my god. Great, I love that. It's lodged like right in there. They howl loudly because that fucking hurt. It's obvious as day there is a stake right here in their chest that's just sticking there. I will say I can't remember. Ivy, are you in like view of like the front area, or are you still a little in the back?
Little in the back. I'm just
Okay.
badass with a shotgun in the back.
Okay, I would say for you specifically, they are tied to the pew, and I'm going to say they were tied like lying horizontally. So if you want to shoot at them, you need to get line of sight.
Gotcha.
So in other words, I would probably say in order to shoot, probably be easier to either you can shoot against the pew if you want to shoot against the material. I would allow that, but or you can move.
I
up
mean,
a
he
little
is
bit
still
as
on
point-
the pew, so I actually might
Yeah.
just walk over and switch to melee, get my rippers out, and introduce him to the old bony jam.
That's amazing. All right, roll that.
Oh my god, that's a 9. That's bad.
Did you what on that at all, or was it just a straight 9, no 1?
Straight 9, no 1.
Oh,
Okay,
thank
that's
God.
fine. I'm actually going to say this one, you miss your mark by a second, but I believe you have 2 rate of fire for your rippers. Yeah, you do, because I checked that. So
I
you
do.
can roll it again.
Like, he just turns his head last minute. I'm like, stay still.
Stay
15.
still. That's right.
15, you roll that damage.
Will do.
Roll that damage.
7.
7. For visible reasons for all of you, this guy has been through hell. And I will be honest, has less than 10 hit points left.
Nice.
So with that, Parcel, your turn.
Finish him.
Come on, Parcel.
Yeah, he's down.
Five
yeah.
wounds.
I grab my sword again. I look at him. There could be only one, and then I try to just take his head off, I guess.
You know what? Because it's a call shot, roll that. I just want to see what you get.
I'm out of luck, so I hope I do okay. Okay, it's an 8 on the die plus my melee, which is 12. 20.
Oh, wow. Okay. You know what? I'm going to be nice because that just seems so cool. How do you want to do this?
Yeah,
I know you said chop his head off, but by all means, describe.
Yeah. I want to go like right, but I feel like because I'm like amped up and hype, I don't get like at the throat. I want to drop the blade like right between his bottom jaw and his upper jaw, so it severs the top half.
Yeah.
And then after I look around, it's like, from that old movie thing, the Be Only One, because he was like immortal and you had to cut his head off.
Lander
And then-
high, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen it.
As you do that, you do exactly that. And your supposed person you were sent to get after is no more. They have stopped moving. There is no life in those eyes.
Should we check his ID now?
Oh my God, we know it's him.
Well, and you said there's a shape or something laying on that table, right?
There is a body that has been biosculpted to being unrecognizable. And also, I will point out, they appeared behind some form of like fabricy tapestry behind that table.
Well, hopefully some of the ladies are here. I'll walk back behind the tapestry and move it out of the way and see what's back there.
Does anyone else follow?
Yeah, I'll pick up
follow.
the crowbar and I'll follow as well.
When you move that fabricy tapestry, you enter what can best be described as a very sterile white hallway that's illuminated by a glow of soft white LED lights. You get further in, and it's kind of weird because the room you were just in is like, there's 2 different aesthetics going on here. What the hell is going on? And then you get further down this hallway, and then you enter this main room, and what you see is tech is everywhere. There's just tech thrown about everywhere, like broken pieces, this, that, just junk. The only thing that's not junk is this giant cylindrical tube that the best way I could describe it, because someone said Star Wars, and I will always go for a Star Wars reference, always. It's like a giant Bacta tank. That said, inside the tank, there are 6 bodies
Oh.
confined in there. And I'm going to let you all do a weird roll that makes no sense. Can you roll either, I'm going to have you do that. Roll a local expert, or like whatever your local expert is. I think it should just be local, I think, if I remember correctly, but like, let me know on that. I know it's a weird thing to ask, but there's a reason.
19.
15 for Puma.
12.
Yeah, 12.
15 and our 19. The other 2, they just kind of like, for the best way to describe it, the bodies, they're all completely naked. They all have the same face. Every single one of them has the same face. Puma and Ivy, you look at the face and you kind of recognize it in a bizarre way. It's the same face as a famous media network anchor by the name of Barbara Dahl, who works for Net54, who Net54 is the main media company in Night City. They are the ones that kind of own their whole media landscape. But they look, all 6 of these people in the tank, all women, by the way, all have the same face of this woman. And it's very confusing until all of you start hearing someone sputter out loud, like they just coughed up like water or something, like, and you look to the tank on the floor next to it, and there's a 7th person outside the tank who's just dripping whatever the hell is in that tank. And they also have that same face that you recognize of the 6 in there. And this person's just kind of, the best way to describe it is paralytic shock over just where they are. And they're just looking at you like, where the fuck am I? Who are you? What the hell happened to me?
You're safe now. We're rescuing you. Here. And I'm going to take off my jacket and put it on her to like cover her up and stuff and get her warm.
And she just starts, as you do that, she just starts weeping. And then you can kind of just, as you're doing that too, because I'm imagining you probably have your arms around her.
Yeah,
you
I
can
would be
feel her.
holding her.
Yeah, you can feel her getting a little lightheaded is the best way. You can feel her kind of like tilting back and forth as she's about to like pass out. And the last thing she just says to you is, my name is Lucy, and then just completely collapses.
Hey, we were looking for a Lucy.
Well, she can't hear you now. Hey, Nick, can you slug her over your shoulder, please, and hold her?
Yeah, I can do that, and I'll scoop her up, all nice and dainty like.
We fit the rest of them in the helicopter? I don't want to leave him here.
I would say for our med tech, if you want to do like a first aid check on the bodies, by all means.
Absolutely.
And you're the only one I'll allow that because you're literally a medical expert.
That's a 20.
You look at the tank, none of them are moving. And any sort of vital monitors are all coming up as flatline.
He wasn't maintaining the tanks. She's the only one. Let's keep an eye on her vitals. Let's get her into the helicopter. Let's get her back home.
Nix,
Yeah.
you'd have to ride on the runner again, man. I only got 4 seats.
It's all right with me. I've been thinking of a new song if we want some.
Unless-
It's all right.
You want to climb into this compartment?
As that happens, because that's amazing. I'm actually going to go with the image of Nyx is just hanging on, just singing out loud. Oh, yeah! As the Aerodyne or the gyrocopter flies off into the red sunset, as it were. Several days later, you get a notification on all of your agents. It details that, yes, you did find Lucy Reinmeyer, who it's going to take a little bit, but she also was sadly biosculpted into that, for some reason, news anchor, which no one can figure out why. Whoever could is probably the person you killed, who was Lord Ruthven. But you found out, like, oh no, they have a way of fixing that and making sure she can look exactly as she did before. It's going to take a little bit of time, but it will happen. The bodies of the other 6 were all found and returned to their respective families, and Rockland Augmentics are paying for their funeral services in full. No one is being charged a dime. The other thing you get and it's more Puma who then disperses it to the other three. You get a private message from a person simply with the letter M as their call sign. And they just thank you for your service, especially for the stake in the heart. We'll be in touch. And you basically now have the Philharmonic Vampires as a fun little, hey, they owe me a favor. I can call them in, which is always fascinating.
Yeah.
And as our tale meets its bloody end, the curtain falls on tonight's entertainment. Sleep tight, Night City. Lock your door, bar the windows, turn out the lights, and maybe, just maybe, the monsters will pick another house tonight. The end.
Yeah, we did it.
We did it!
We saved Lucy.
Yay!
I can't believe you had incendiary rounds. I completely forgot about that.
I had a bunch of leftover money, and I'm like, what if I bought incendiary rounds as a treat?
That's
Love it.
amazing.
As someone who plays a bow and arrow using solo, I spent all my money on trick arrows because I wanted to be Hawkeye, so I get it.
Love it.
Oh, yeah.
Love
Thank
it.
you, three. Thank you, four, so much. That was
Yeah.
so much fun.
Thank
what
you,
we were
guys.
doing-
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. You were
Yeah.
great, and thank you everyone who stayed to watch. It's
Yeah, thank
it's a
you,
long
guys.
game, but hey, that was fun. Also, thank you for playing through a bizarre scenario
Yeah.
as the
Oh,
first
yeah.
one off the bat because it went places. What we'll do now though is we will go around the virtual table and have everyone introduce themselves again, starting with Jared.
Oh, that's me.
And you can tell us everything, where to find you, all the projects you got coming up.
I'm Jared Hoy on most socials, The Real Gobshite here on Twitch. I am a Los Angeles-based cinematographer and producer. I do a lot of work for the DAT Network, as well as other things out and around. You can find me mostly on things. Google me. And communication.
I not gonna lie, I had a feeling someone was gonna say Google me at least once tonight. Next up, Diana.
Yes. Hi guys, I'm Diana Restrepo. My social is at DianaRest3 on Twitter, Instagram. I am an actor in Los Angeles. I'm also a sword fighter like Adam, and we do stage combat for many, 15 plus years. We also do a lot of tabletop RPG games on a whole bunch of different networks, just like the DAT network. We've been part of that for many years. Right now, we're running a Dragonlance show on Eric Frankhouse Presents channel on YouTube Monday nights at 6 p.m., except for the first Monday of the month. And I think that's all we have going on Twitch. I'm Alex Road 460. We do a cooking stream and sometimes play games now and then. Yeah, we do it for fun, hang out, people, chat, cook, bake. That is pretty much me. So come hang out, come check us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, and again, Adam, thank you for coming at the last minute. Again, Vyn, we missed you. But Adam, thank you so much for being able to sweep in.
Of course. No, this was great. Thank you for letting me jump in. Diana kind of covered everything with me, all the fun stuff that we do. Yeah, we've been going Dragonlance since about January on stuff over on Eric Frankhouse Presents channel. We used to do stuff over on Norse Foundry for a couple years, where this character, we did 2 seasons of Cyberpunk, and I played Nyx. It was great bringing this crazy character back for a night. Thank you for that. And yeah, come check us out on some cooking stuff when we do it. Yeah, and name is Azerold, AZEROLD1 on all socials.
Fantastic. And again, thank you. And finally, Abby.
Oh my goodness gracious. Well, firstly, thank you for having me on. It was such a delight playing with all y'all. You're great. But also, if you want to check me out and do more things with me, find me on the Bird and Bee website at Enough of Abby. Currently, I am in a few things. Tomorrow on the Vancouver by Night channel, we are releasing our final episode of Hope and Outcast, a vampire series that focuses on the dredges of Camarilla society. I'm a gargoyle. My roommate's a ghoul. It's fabulous.
Yes.
And also on the Hype Goblins channel, where, strangely enough, more vampire shit, despite it not being vampires. I am playing a vampiric Ohuling, and I have a Damphir best friend. Maybe more, we'll see. But if you want to check either of those out, just check me out on the Bird website. I would say Google me, but there's so many Yazzies out there, it's ridiculous. But yeah, thank you for having me.
No, thank you. And again, thank you for doing this. Because schedules are
Absolutely.
everything. Everyone's lives are in different schedules and all that. But thank you so much. As for myself, it's always weird doing these. Hi, my name is Nate Buchman. I was your GM this evening for this. Honestly, what a bizarre scenario. I'm going to be thinking about that for the next 24 hours, but also I loved it. I am a portrait and documentary photographer here in Los Angeles, occasional writer, and sometimes performer. If you want, you can follow me on Twitter at Nate_B, Instagram, IndieNate, at INDIE Nate, or if you're curious, check out my photography. I've been doing it, literally I celebrated my 14th anniversary of doing it last weekend. NateBushman.com. As for current and future projects, I also have a lot of stuff. It's bizarre for once. I'm currently playing in a Vampire the Masquerade game set in the regional location of Victoria, Australia. It's not on Twitch yet. We are currently filming, just had our third session on Wednesday. I am really looking forward to showing this game off because I'm playing the opposite of what you would expect out of a Tremere, because I'm playing more of a blue collar mechanic style Tremere who's also vaguely Peaky Blinders influenced because I couldn't help it. Outside of that, this past Monday, I ran a Cyberpunk game over on the delightful channel that is High Shelf Collective. If you guys are watching, love you guys. I learn a lot from you about Cyberpunk. You run it all the time. Great. It was basically a homage to a wonderful early 2000 film that I love that I won't spoil, but it was a totally jerkin' time, and red is the new orange. And outside of that, you can find me on the picket line because, hey, I live in Los Angeles. I have a lot of friends who are in the WGA, and I'm showing my support by joining them, and they deserve a fair wage like everyone else does. They deserve a good payout. So if you can, join them. It's a good thing. Support the WGA and do all that. Before we officially go, because I know I was told don't have to worry about sponsor stuff, we'll have a wonderful video outlining all our sponsor stuff that you can check out. There's promo code, all that jazz. Again, I want to thank my players. It's not easy, especially for any of you who it's your first time playing Cyberpunk. It's not easy diving into a rule book like that, especially with how many goddamn skills there are. So thank you for not being overwhelmed, because I always am with the skill sheet. You were all phenomenal, immense players. I look forward to hopefully running a game for you again sometime.
Yes, please.
Shout out.
Woo!
Yeah,
Do it.
you guys are wonderful. I look forward to it.
Yeah, thank you, Nate. That was great.
Massive shout out to Brianna Flame, who made our
Yes.
overlay, our opening screen, our video. People hire her. She's amazing. She does the most incredible work. Bree, you're awesome. And shout out, because I just want to shout out to Tracy, who's known as Miss Magitech on the internet, because if it wasn't for her Cyberpunk videos, I never would have learned the game, and also how I first kind of came across Jared and Diana, because they were in an amazing one shot that she ran.
Thank
And
you.
with that, no more thank yous, because I want to make
And
sure we
shout out to Nate, who's running.
Oh yeah, and obviously a shout out to our tech, who's also named Nate. Nate is awesome, and thank you, Nate. You're
All the
amazing.
Nates and all the Alexes.
Yeah.
that are in
Yeah,
chat.
all the Alexes.
There's like
Wow.
33 in there.
There's so many of us. There's so many. And with that, thank you, Initiative Order, for letting me do this wild idea. And I'll see you next month for the next one, for this next installment of Tales of the Red that I will tease right now. It's called Agent of Desire. Have a good night.
Good night,
Bye,
guys.
friends.
Thank you.